I think in the paucity of time we will start. So good morning everyone. Welcome to this 145th edition of the Zak World of Façades conference series. My name is Ahmed. I'm part of the organizing team here at Zak. I'll quickly introduce this event since this is the first time we're doing this in Los Angeles. We've been doing the Zak World of Façades conference series since 2012. Obviously, it's spread all across the world, and we've been in the US since 2018, predominantly in the East Coast with New York City. I think 21 we decided to do more cities in the US, and we have finished almost 9 events here in North America, 11 events now in North America, including Canada. More are being added as and when we progress. So as you know, these are one-day events, networking events. We try to act as a bridge between the manufacturers and yourself as the specifiers. Events are spread all across the globe, from New Zealand up until Canada. The way facades are designed, engineered, installed in different regions are very interesting, at least for us. As an organizer, we're able to take some ideas from one region to another region. Not all regions, they are looked and designed the same way. Some people have sustainability challenges, some people have fire challenges, some regions have other challenges. So it's interesting mix across all our events. All these events are sponsored by our manufacturing partners. I'd like to thank them, and I'll just take a couple of minutes to acknowledge all of them, starting with our associate partners. First one is AGC Interpane. AGC Interpane is from Europe, so one of the leading value-added coated glass manufacturers and processors. Arcon Glass is also from Germany. They've got some specialty value-added glass products, bird-friendly glass, and a lot of other value-added products. Boston Valley Terracotta, one of the leading terracotta manufacturers here in the USA. CR Lawrence got a lot of glass hardware, accessories, fittings, railings, and value-added products. EOT is a German company. They've got this is the rain screen cladding division, if I'm right. But they're known for their fixing and fastening solutions. Equitone, again another European company. They've got fiber cement cladding, a non-combustible cladding option. ES Windows, part of the Technoglass group. They are contractors, fabricators, installers, and glass processors. Guardian Glass needs no introduction, one of the leading coated glass manufacturers in the world. Kingspan Light and Air, so this is the daylighting division of Kingspan. I believe it was formerly called Solar Tube. North Glass, again one of the leading glass processors, value-added glass processors from China. Specialty in jumbo and curved glass. Anything they do is massive and huge. Porcelanosa, Spanish company. They've got, I hope they're Spanish, not Italian. Okay, they're Spanish, right? Okay. Non-combustible cladding solutions, ceramic, and a lot many more stuff. Rayner's Aluminium, Belgium manufacturer of aluminium door, window, curtain wall systems. Rigidite, they've got American company. They've got metals for ventilated and rain screen cladding. Sedac, again, leading value-added glass processor. Expertise in curved glass, in jumbo glass, in XXXL glass. You name it, they can engineer any glass for you. Shilgan Group is a terracotta, is a distributor. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. I need to get it right. So Shildan distributes engineered terracotta for ventilated and ventilated cladding, sunscreen, and unitized curtain wall. Siderise is a British manufacturer of cavity barriers and pacifier protection for curtain walls. Simpson Strong Tie, again an American company. They've got fixing accessories and tools for installation of the curtain wall and ventilated facades. Stella is a Canadian company. They have got glass hardware, accessories, fittings, and tools. Stowe, German company, so they've got a lot of rain screen cladding solutions. True is a local Los Angeles-based company. They do doors, windows, facades, curtain walls, and other aluminium fabricated products. Viracon, again a leading glass processor out of the US. Vitro Architectural Glass is again a leading coated glass manufacturer. Vitro was formerly known as PPG Glass. And of course, this event is credited for 8 AIA LU HSW credits. So I'd like to sign up for these credits. You can sign the form at the end of the day at the registration counter. There would be a paper. Please enter your AIA number and sign off for the same. Our next event is in Dubai next week. Unfortunately, Dubai is not in a right shape now. Got extreme flooding and waterlogging still over there. I hope things become all right till we go back over there. We also are doing Zak Awards for Excellence in Facade Design and Engineering, which is our black tie event for awarding excellence in facade design and engineering. We come back to North America. We've got our event in Miami on the 16th of May, followed by Toronto on the 22nd of May. We've got Austin on the 27th of June. And the last two events in North America are in Vancouver and in New York at in October. So this is what we do. We organize these events all across the globe and bring architects, consultants, contractors together, and we have people who tell stories about the way they design, engineer, install the facade. So today's storytellers are also eminent personalities in the industry who have a story to tell you. I hope you'll enjoy what you hear from them today. We've recorded today's event, so we'll share a YouTube link a week from now of all the presentations we've got permission to share with you. So that will come in a week's time from now. We won't take any Q&A due to the paucity of time, so we'll have straight presentations back to back. Any questions, you can ask the speakers in the networking breaks. We've got 2 lunch counters, one inside here, one outside there, 2 tea coffee counters, one inside, one outside. So you can use either of them. And of course, all our associate partners have their tabletop displays. Please do drop by their booths during the networking breaks. That's it from me. I think we'll start today's program. I'd like to call upon Kristen from HKS. She's a vice president and a senior designer there. She's going to be hosting today's event and taking this forward from me. Thank you.
All right. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Hello and welcome to the Zak World of Façades conference. As Ahmed mentioned, this is the 145th edition and the inaugural one in Los Angeles. So how's everyone doing today? Good, good. All right. We're still waking up, but that's okay. We have a fabulous event for you today. This is actually my first Zak conference. But, you know, I'm somewhat new to this scene here, so I'm really honored to serve as your host today. You know, facade design is one of my passions, and I think Ahmed mentioned I'm an architect. I work at HKS, where I serve as the commercial mixed-use studio design leader. And, you know, I joined the firm about 4 years ago, and I was really excited to sort of, after living and working in the city, be part of the firm responsible for the SoFi Stadium. So pretty cool. I'm excited, you know, also some of the speakers that are here today, they took part in realizing that project. So it's going to be great to hear from them. And it's awesome to see familiar faces in the audience. You guys know who you are. I think more are still coming. And I'm just happy and excited to be in this building. It's a really nice space and hope everybody has a chance to, you know, sort of explore and enjoy it. We are in the heart of downtown. So good job to the Zak team, to Susan, to Ahmed for getting this spot. So today we have the privilege of hearing from an amazing lineup of speakers. They are top leaders in our field and they are paving the way. They're going to share with us some truly iconic projects and some innovative products. And, you know, some of us might have seen some of these projects before, but it's going to be really great to hear, you know, the behind the scenes details, understand some more of the nuances that went into the design process. I hope we all forge new connections and we use this opportunity to expand our networks. You know, it's just great to have this group of people here. So mix and mingle during the breaks. And then, yeah, so I think the most important thing today is that we spark creativity and inspire everyone here. We hope you all leave, you know, feeling excited to go back to work. And then today, the theme centers around innovation, sustainability, and adaptability. And so our speakers are going to, I think, highlight the intersectionality of those topics as they relate to facade design. And I, for one, am just really excited to hear from them, and I'm sure you all are too. So thank you for being here. A few things to mention. I think Ahmed already went over this. Stay till the end of the day if you can, so you can get your 8 credits. You have to sign up at the end of the day. Also going to ask all of our speakers and panelists to please come up to this stage at the end of your session for a photo opportunity. There's 3 sessions. That means there's 2 breaks. So at the end of the session, do that. And finally, no food is allowed in this ballroom, but drinks are. So bring all the coffee you want, and we can get started. So we're going to begin today's talks with 2 individuals from Yazdani studio of CannonDesign. We have Craig Booth, design leader, whose work combines experimental design with a high degree of technical precision. Co-presenting with Craig, we have Ben Juckes. He's a computational design leader, and he's the associate vice president. He's been instrumental in developing a custom variety of workflows challenging the conventional practice of architecture. And the title of their talk is Challenging Expectations Around Envelope Design. So please welcome to the stage Craig Booth and Ben Juckes. You guys have
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I want to say one thing about Ben. He's a designer first and a computational guy second, so I'm sure you guys all recognize that. But he's an incredible designer, and he just happens to have incredible computational skills as well.
I really need to update my bio then.
Yeah, he needs to update his bio. Today I like the introduction, this idea of nuance, and that's really how we set up our presentation, is the nuance of what we do when we design, and sort of how we get to the end game of the facade, the detail, and how does it get built. So we set up our presentation to sort of go through 3 different projects. We probably have about an hour's worth of material that we're going to squeeze into 25 minutes, so I'm kind of expecting to get the hook at the end of the presentation. Susan's nodding her head. So essentially we have 3 different projects. They all sort of represent our process. Our process never really changes. We have this process of really looking at things deeply, trying to understand what's unique about the program, what's unique about the client, and then leverage those things into a building design that sort of expresses or tells that narrative, and kind of customizes it around that client's vision. And that really never changes. But nowadays with the way we deliver projects, each project team is so different. The one thing that we do vary quite a bit is how we interact with both our clients and the teams that our clients help build around us. So this conversation will be sort of a little bit of both of those things. And starting with Santa Monica College, it's a community college in the state of California. The state architect has a great amount of influence on elementary school all the way up through community college. And it really finds itself a lot in facade design and material engineering and that sort of thing. So you really have to prove to the state architect that what you're proposing is going to be safe for the kids to be inside of while they're learning. The other part of that is the community college, the clients are maybe a little more risk adverse as well. So the idea is, how do you embrace that and elevate their expectations? So our process, like I said, we like to study things deeply. So we probably did 40 or 50 of these little models, each model sort of representing a little tidbit or a nuance is a good way to put it, of how the building fits on the site or how the program gets organized. And kind of going through that analysis, we realized a few things. One of them was the building as a gateway really wants to have multiple front doors or multiple entries. So there's a main entry. There's a main entry across from the library that sort of is along the campus connection. And then there's a main entry along Pearl Avenue, which is the main, kind of the back street of the university. And then the building wanted to have a lot of permeability. So you wanted to be able to approach it. It wanted to be really connected and infused into the overall ethos of the college. And then the building itself sort of set up on a tripartite organization where one wing was mathematics and classrooms, one wing was laboratories, and one wing, the blue wing, is kind of faculty collaboration. And then we took that and we sort of skinned it with this really taut glass skin. It's channel glass. There's three different types of channel glass, and then there's a clear window. So we had 4 different kind of panelizations that we could use. And then we started to play around with this idea of mathematics and complex rhythm and created a very strong pattern for the building, and then figured out a way to sort of link those two through joints and craft, and then set it up all on a very dark base to make it look like that glass block was sort of levitating above the ground. So also from a budget standpoint, trying to create a really beautiful facade, but then offset it with this plaster facade, and then painted it black so it sort of disappears and really elevates this idea of glass. And then kind of seeing the different approaches up to the building, the courtyard being in the back, up to the front, which is the library side, sort of coming in to this great space in the center. And you know, one of the things that we realize when we do community college work is the programs aren't usually fleshed out, and there's never any gathering spaces for the students. So this was a way of integrating a gathering space. It's an external courtyard, external atrium that all of the classrooms sort of wrap around. And it really becomes a gateway or a gateway destination place for the students to hang out.
Hey everybody. So as Craig mentioned, we had the 3 panel types, and off the bat when we benchmarked the channel glass, we wrote some grasshopper scripts to start tracking the areas and the quantities of these panel types to make sure we were sticking to the budget. And this was super helpful to build the confidence with the contractor to ensure that we were moving through the process and aligning with the budget. We also had to balance the energy requirements with the visibility of the building. The campus goals were pretty stringent, so using solar analysis as a kind of a co-pilot as we were composing the facade really helped us to kind of maintain that balance between how much solid versus how much transparent we were able to include in the channel glass. The channel glass itself was also a pretty big constraint. Sticking to that budget, using an off-the-shelf size for the main channel glass of 10.5 inches, and maintaining each of the corner details the same was paramount. So in order to pick up the slack on that changing facade and the different curve lengths, we were able to just track the joint widths, and having a custom joint for each elevation ranging from 0.22 to 0.25 inches was how we essentially used the off-the-shelf products. And tracking that joint alignment was really helpful to prioritize it. As Craig mentioned before, like having those aligned with the plaster base was pretty important for us. You see, this is our first mock-up. You see the 3 different panel types, and the mock-ups are just a really good idea, way to get everyone on the same page, convey kind of the simplicity of the system to the builder. Another limitation you have with community colleges is really the contractor pool that you're available to. So getting these on site and getting everyone to kind of see the scope was pretty important early on. We've got an in-construction shot here of the north elevation. And coming down to the south elevation, the darker volume in the middle right here is our planetarium. And here we wanted to pull this out of the building and really express something that was kind of important that was happening inside the building on the exterior. So we did that by peeling away the base. And as the base peels away, it coils around to form the shell for the planetarium. And again, trying to stick to that budget, we found an off-the-shelf product that was kind of a stepped metal panel. And with some slight tweaks or customizations to that joint, the panels were able to overlap and form these trapezoidal panels that, as they wrapped around the form, were able to overlap to form the shell. And building another mock-up here was also quite important to maintain that there was no awkward moments and had some nice alignments with the joints. And here's an in-construction shot of the planetarium. And it's got a nice contrast to the channel glass.
So the next project is Caltech Resnick Sustainability Center. It was a project that we did as a competition. And one of the things that we learned was the idea of sustainability is really a multidisciplinary science. There's no one science that's going to solve sustainability issues. So the idea of this building was it was a destination for scientists on campus where everybody gets together to talk about sustainability. And in fact, they even have every freshman goes through their early chemistry course in this building, so everybody has to have exposure to the building. And the idea is that they get excited about sustainability and want to be part of it. In this one, because it was a competition, we did a lot more sketching, so we didn't do the sort of modeling, but still that same idea of the deep dive to understand what's different and what's unique about the building. One of the things that we found on campus is that almost every laboratory they have at Caltech, which is some of the greatest minds in the United States, probably in the world, are all double loaded, so single corridor down the middle, labs on both sides. Not necessarily great spaces. And one of the things that we did is we sort of flipped that model inside out. So you see the lab block in the middle and the circulation around the perimeter. And those two gray things are every penetration that would come up through the slab actually is contained within those two cores, which gives you a very flexible, adaptable, changeable core of labs that as science develops, we don't know what they're going to be doing in sustainability 5 years from now. They can change the building. And then we took that public space, the collaboration space, and we wrapped it with this very fluid glass facade. And you can see on the bottom of the page, it sort of fronts kind of a new main entry into the campus, which is actually a service entrance to the buildings in the back. So we had a very strong borderline on that side, and then across the bottom, it sort of faces Pasadena, California. So it's the front of the building for the city. And again, there we're right at the setback as well. And so we're trying to create this really fluid facade, but we have very little depth to do that. So this facade is actually only moving in and out 5 feet, but it has a very sculptural quality. And then we took that sculptural quality and sort of put a little signature at the backside of the building, which is actually where most of the students and faculty will be coming into the building from. And it has this sort of exclamation point at this breezeway that connects the campus north to south. So it actually was an opportunity to sort of show what's happening on the front at the back and create another entry.
Yeah, so as Craig mentioned, we won this project in a competition, and moving from the competition phase into a schematic design, we knew we needed to build the right team in order to execute the project and the complexities. So we brought on design assist partner Ingels pretty early on, and immediately they helped us kind of make the decision to move from a triangulated panel system to a cold bent glass system. And in working with Ingels, they were able to give us, cold bending is essentially where you bring a flat panel of glass to the site and you can snap it into place. And it has constraints on how much it can warp. Really 3.5 inches per corner, so 7 inches total was the constraints that we were working with the panel sizes we had. So working with Ingels, we were able to build a tool that essentially help us co-pilot and get feedback as we were sculpting the form in order to show us which panels were not meeting those requirements and telling us essentially we had to dial these in by changing the curvature or the panelization. The form itself was really symbolic of a sheet in the wind, and we were trying to capture as much of that fluidity and the curvature and maintain it as much as possible. So the vertical seams, it's essentially a ruled surface. The vertical seams that define the panel widths are where the cassettes are that hold the system in place. And we needed to define those at each of the inflection points of the curvature in order to not have any unnecessary faceting of the form. So in front of the surface, the aluminum fins, and these are kind of doing two things. We've got them reducing the solar radiation while also picking up on and exaggerating more of that fluidity of the curvature. There are two types. We've got the primary, which is running from corner to corner, and these are 6 to 12 inches deep. And then the secondary fins, which are the midpoint to the midpoint at 3 to 9 inches deep. And they typically hold the depth along each of the diagonal lines. Again, using solar radiation here is kind of our co-pilot, using the rating on the glass that it was receiving without the fins in order to manage the depth of each of the fins. So as the form and the orientation of that normal of the plane changes, the fins could either get deeper or shallower. And in doing so, we're able to save close to 40% of the solar radiation. And holding those fins back to the system, but also holding the cold bank glass in place, the pressure plates. And we just worked here to really try and minimize the visual appearance, and selecting an F shoe to support the fin in order to try and conceal them further in their trapezoidal shape. Working with Enclose, we designed kind of a custom ball and socket joint that was really for ease of installment. For fabrication, essentially a stick-built system, so they could come in and adjust the right angle of the fins and then tighten them down. But doing the mock-up here was really important to get quite high winds in Pasadena with the Santa Anas. So we wanted to, when we fired the jet engine on it, we wanted to make sure that there was no movement. And after doing so, there was a little bit. So we needed to go back and reinforce that connection. And here we have an in-construction shot. There's a beautiful California sycamore tree right at the front there, so we wanted to maintain that. I don't think it would be a good look for a sustainability building if we cut down all the trees, so we wanted to keep that in place.
So the other big component of this project was putting sustainability on display. So we essentially clad the collaboration spaces in a mass timber structure. And that mass timber structure is the same structure that's supporting the curtain wall. So there's very little tolerance in it, maybe a 1/2 inch to a 3/4. So one of the things that we did to sort of ensure that the shape was being defined by all parties is we started to share the model back and forth. So you can see here the design model on the left and then the structural model on the right. And one of the things I like to point out is all the red big vertical things that are happening on the right-hand side of that diagram. Those are the atrium. So those are all 3-story tall wood members. And in order to make all the wood members roughly the same size, we came up with a cable truss system that actually supports those extra height members. And essentially all of the wood then can have roughly the same profile. And you'll see that in the images. So once we got the profile defined, we had the load paths defined from the structural, then we passed the model to our partner, W.S. Clem, who brought on Holmes, structural engineer for mass timber, to start to detail out the connections, which is actually, when you look at mass timber, the connections are really the more critical piece of the design. The structural basically follows the same forces as any other building, but when you get into wood, the connections are really where the structure all happens. So again, we were sort of passing back and forth what our idea for those connections were, and Clem was sort of taking them and developing them, showing where the forces were coming down into the verticals and that sort of thing. So again, sort of just being able to control that model, and anytime a connection would change the datum point and move that grid in or out, we had to coordinate that with our Enclose, our curtain wall fabricator. And then it even went into fabrication. So the fabricator actually built mock-ups in their shop. So they would test fit everything before they shipped it out to the site. And then you see on the far right it installed, and then a picture that we took, I think it might have been this week. And you can kind of see that the cable truss, so that's the atrium, the really tall members, and the cable truss. And then as that wood structure dances across the facade, it essentially stays about the same in terms of the profile of each of the verticals. So the last project, and this was really about embracing the vision and sort of elevating the design to the vision. And it's a cancer center. One of the things with cancer is it's developing very rapidly. There's treatments that are happening, new treatments, on a yearly basis. And we recognize that those treatments are actually outcomes of clinicians and researchers overlapping. And that's where we came up with this idea that this is really a building, it's an incubator for healing. And it's really that collaboration that drives that healing. So again, looking at a bunch of different options of how that might organize, we came up with this platform of 336-bed outpatient pods that could be utilized for inpatient as well. So now you've got outpatient, inpatient mixed. And as we started to optimize on the far right corner, it went to 48. So now the building is actually filling the site. It's almost from boundary to boundary. And in order to articulate that, we started to, sort of pinch or poke or dent the shape of the building. Essentially at those points, it brings daylight deep into the core. And then it also expresses this idea of the connection. So the fusion spaces for clinicians and the amenity spaces for public and patients. And then connected it with this vertical curtain wall, which sort of allows all of these different functions to be housed within a very simple structure or exterior structure, where the windows can vary in width depending on what's happening in them. But it feels like it's a singular structure, and it doesn't feel like it's a bunch of different things stacked on top of each other. One of the things that our construction manager did, they had been on the project since master planning, and they benchmarked the curtain wall as basically a ribbon window, which obviously has challenges in terms of a unitized system. A ribbon window is going to be much cheaper. So we went sort of backwards a little bit and started to study both horizontal and vertical as well. Kind of touching base with the leadership of the project from the University of Chicago side, until we ultimately decided that this building needed to be iconic. People needed to pass this building and say something different is happening here. And everybody sort of got behind this idea of making a vertical curtain wall. So now we had to figure out how to do that. And one of the things that we did is we honestly took it very seriously. Are there different systems that we could use that wouldn't be unitized curtain wall? So we looked at a prefabricated metal stud and panel system, and then we looked at a precast system. And sort of going through that at a very detailed scale, we kind of fleshed out all the details and ultimately proved to the contractor that unitized curtain wall would be the simplest, most appropriate, best value for the project.
Yeah, so once we determined curtain wall was a go, we set about defining the curtain wall module, which is vision glass, vision shadow box, and some kind of solid panel at the time that would vary in width. For the mechanical level on the top, we wanted to have a perforated screen that would shield the louvers and allow us to maintain that verticality of the facade. Again, as Craig mentioned, we went through lots of iterations even after this stage. And this is something that we do a lot of in the studio, and it takes a while to really come up with a sophisticated or nuanced approach that can respond to both the program as well as the overall composition of the facade. Likewise with the solid panels, testing different variations of that profile was important. But we like to do all this design. At some point we've got to document. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the workflow that we were thinking of for this project, and really how we were trying to find a way to design and document in parallel. So looking at the two extremes here, you can start with the traditional workflow, which is really the designers put their pencils down at some point and start documenting. And this can really prioritize your documentation, but at the detriment to the design. Or you can have the iterative model, where essentially we keep our Rhino model linked to Revit, and this essentially moves the Rhino as the central model. And this maximizes your design time, but sometimes at the detriment of the documentation, can result in bottlenecks with the person scripting, or people with inability to make changes down the track. So we try to come up with a hybrid workflow to really get the best of both worlds, and allow design and documentation to happen at the same time. And so using Rhino inside gives us the ability to access Rhino from inside Revit and really allow us to build up two models using native components in both platforms. And this was essential to allow people to make changes, but also continue designing. So that allowed us to either take curves from Rhino and generate curtain wall in Revit, or the pattern from our Grasshopper script and assign those Revit panel types to the curtain wall in Revit. But if anyone in Revit made changes to either the panel types or the curtain wall, we could feed that information back to our Rhino model and keep them both in sync. So we feel like we kind of broke through a little something with our team there, and the whole point of that was to really try to raise the expectations of our whole team and give them the confidence that we can design and document together. So just quickly, the facade system is kind of like a continuous wrapper with this repetitive rhythm of glass starting on one elevation and finishing with a solid panel at the end of it. And as Craig mentioned, those widths change. All the patient rooms had to have the same width. Where we got into more of a public area, the width could open up, add more glass, and where it was more private zones, they would close. And similarly for the mechanical level, here where we needed more open area for the louvers, they would expand and contract where we didn't. The louvers were something of more closer coordination, and the ability to continue to test different perforation sizes and open air requirements was really important to get all the stakeholder buy-in. Chicago being a colder climate, they were worried about ice build-up on these perforations, so that's when we ended up with quite a big rectilinear perforation of a 10 by 2 inch hole. Coming down to the ground floor, just a fun fact, the University of Chicago is actually a certified botanical garden. And the medical campus is definitely not. It's, it's quite urban and it's very opaque. So we wanted to bring in more of that landscape. We carved back the front corner, put a pocket park there, and we wanted to make it as transparent as possible. So double height areas in the lobby and really trying to maintain that verticality and transparency. So we used a VS1 system from Innovation Glass, and this just has a vertical mullion with a point-supported glazing system. Which allowed us to eliminate the horizontal. And then in Chicago's cold climate, they also want to have usually a heating unit at mid-span at double height spaces. We were able to integrate those into the sill and the soffit by beefing them up slightly, so you can see the fin tubes in the sill on the left here, and the VS1 system, the vertical blade and the pinch plates that are supporting the glass on the right. And that's it.
That was pretty good. We only ran over by 10 seconds or so.
I was racing. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. That was really enjoyable. I think personally I appreciate, seeing the design concept on the Caltech building of exposing what's, taking place inside and really kind of getting the students excited about sustainability. That's great. And then I think you guys probably have so many lessons learned that I will love to pick your brains about on the just mass timber aspect, the bent glass, the custom fins. So cool. And then, just lastly, I'd say thank you for showing the iterative design process. It's really cool to see, the steps that it takes and the evolution as opposed to just like the finished product. So thank you guys so much. So next up, we have a speaker. He's hailing all the way from New York. He's a ceramic engineer by trade. He serves as the chairman of the board of Boston Valley Terracotta. And he has 39 years of experience, from what I understand, a staple at Zak. And he's going to talk to us today about architectural terracotta for socially conscious corporate brands. John Krouse.
I think it's going on 40 years now, but I don't want to brag about it. So I just want to do a quick shout out to Zak. They've been great over the 3 years that I've been working with him. To Ahmed, Susan, Jonathan, and the entire team behind the curtain. Those guys are awesome. My name is John Krouse. I'm the chairman of the board of Boston Valley Terracotta. I'm kind of in a new advisory role, more of a technical guru in the background. I love architectural ceramics. I love working with architects and building contractors. We're going to talk a little bit about some projects that we did here on the West Coast that are really beautiful. Stan's in the audience. He's responsible for some of this work with Morphosis. But it's really about architectural terracotta for socially conscious corporate brands. And what does that mean? It means people are gravitating to this material because it's got a certain look and finish that you can't replicate with other materials. So when you get into the aspects of the material qualities, it's very plastic. You can see the person working with the clay with a soft tool, so it's great for sculptural work. It's got an unbelievable history dating back in the United States of over 130 years. There's, I think Matt Stevens was telling me, on the historic record, there is well over 600 beautiful examples of architectural terracotta right here in Los Angeles that are absolutely fabulous. I urge everybody to study those buildings, because you'll never be able to build them like that again, but that's where you guys draw inspiration, are from those historic buildings. And then on the right, you have this ability to take this material and modernize it in a way that you could never imagine before, where you can manipulate it when it's soft, you can apply glaze to it, you can leave it as a through body. It's quite a wonderful material to work with. It's lightweight, it's plastic, it's sticky. The guys holding that clay ball, that clay is used in hand packing molds, but it's also the exact same clay that we use in all 4 of our forming methods: ram pressing, extrusion, slip casting, and then ultimately hand pressing. So it's got this really flexible property about it that can be used in all different types of forming methods. This is just a quick, you guys probably all learned this in school, this is the food pyramid for architectural products. We like to promote the fact that it's low on the carbon food chain down toward the bottom. It kind of ranks right in there with brick, ceramic roof tile, gyp board, products like that. So it's not real energy intensive, it's a feel-good statement with today's requirement for sustainability. And this is a chart that's been checked over a couple times. People have challenged me on it. We have a gentleman that I worked with by the name of Dr. Carty, who's at my alma mater at Alfred University. He's a material research scientist, and he fact-checked this for us twice. In fact, he put this slide together for me. But I don't know if a lot of people know, the energy requirement for clay, terracotta, tile, brick is much lower than a lot of these other materials. So that's a good thing. It goes right from pit, right into the factory, and right to the job site. So I like to get intimate with the guy mining the clay for us. We harvest our clay out of 2 pits in southeastern Ohio. They do a very good job. You got to kind of stay in touch with what's going on out in the field. It is a natural product, just like mining stone. You have to harvest it down about 60 feet in an open pit. The good news is they're under all kind of mining restrictions, and they have to put these pits back under the Land Act, so it's not an open scar. It will be landscaped. The overburden will be removed and sculpted like landscaping. They have to plant trees, and then these pits fill up with water, and they make beautiful ponds. So it's really kind of neat to see the transformation over the years of how they work this material and work the earth. We do have our EPD, if anybody's interested in that document. Casey Pritchard in our sales department, Matt Stevens, can forward that to you at any time. We're just waiting for the UL final, like the third-party sign-off on the thing, and it's been taking forever. But anyway, we've got our due diligence done on our environmental product declaration. One of the things that makes this a really sustainable product and a feel-good statement is the fact that we're able to take all the scrap cuttings off of our product, sort it by shade. So we have 3 different shades. We have a red, a tan, and a gray. And then we're able to recycle this material back into our mix design. We have our own in-house pulverizing system that can control the screen size, and then we can seed a percentage of that back into the actual terracotta mix. So just getting back to the aesthetics of the material and what makes it so beautiful, it's actually a raw material that's mined out of the earth, carefully processed, pulverized, screened, bagged. When it comes to us, we can tint it with inorganic pigments and make these beautiful earth tone shades. The most popular one is probably our terracotta color. The other terracotta providers out there all have similar finishes, so you have a nice palette to choose from. And when you're designing with this contemporary material in a environment that's maybe a little historically sensitive, like at a campus setting with a lot of brick, it goes beautiful with it because it's basically a big brick. So don't be afraid to think about it when you're looking at projects on some of these historic sites or buildings that have been around a lot longer. One of the other things that's really fun as a designer, you guys get to really choose whatever glaze finish you want. There's no standard color. We like to start out with a Pantone chip or some type of reference sample, and then from there, it's almost like the sky's the limit. You can layer the glaze, you can do pastels, you can do high gloss, you can do matte finishes. And we like to feature these on small charrette pieces that can get shipped to your office quickly, and they're like miniature-sized blocks, so you're not lugging around a big heavy piece in the office and stuff like that. So if anybody needs samples for their library, just reach out to Boston Valley, and we'd be happy to set you up with some samples. So these are some shapes that we did, getting back to the branding and the sustainability for corporate businesses. This was a small little project that we did in Southern California, Harmay's department store. They were really concerned about the look of their showroom and the entrance into their new space down in Southern Cal. So they really had a lot of fun designing their own shapes. This is technically like a small miniature rain screen block, and we were able to cut the extrusions. And this is kind of the end result of the feel-good statement of using this material. You can really design with it. These were hydraulically pressed geometric patterns. They had this very soft tone that fit in perfect to their corporate branding. And then a complete 180, we also do historic preservation. And this is a very famous building right here in downtown Los Angeles. It's probably one of the top 10 Art Deco buildings in existence in Los Angeles, or if not the United States, and it happens to be right in your backyard. So we love seeing these buildings restored and putting terracotta back in these openings. So we're currently involved with this project right now with Wisjani Elsner and Mark I Restoration out of Chicago, because of their expertise and their ability to understand how to work with this material and repair the buildings. They're doing a fantastic job of selectively removing the stones. They had some spalling issues related to moisture penetrations up at the parapet walls, and carefully are redetailing that waterproofing system and tuck pointing it with a softer mortar. So that's the building before it got scaffolded. We ended up actually making 3 shades of that turquoise color just because of the natural historic range of that glaze that was produced 120 years ago or 100 years ago. With our modern technology and our kilns, our colors come out almost too even. And the design team from WJE and the HOA director really wanted to do this restoration and put new stones in that really mimicked the range. So we actually had to design 3 shades of the turquoise color and then just 1 shade for the blue because there wasn't much replacement. This is an up-close inspection of what goes on when you're working on these historic buildings. You really have to be hands-on all the way up the building, tapping on the stones, understanding what the problems are, how to get the stones out, the shoring, and then the next step of putting the new pieces in and how you're going to anchor it. Of course, they're always using stainless steel anchors, and they're using a softer mortar. So when this job is done, it's going to look like almost like a new building. These are some of the terracotta stones that were laid out at our facility for the owner and WJE to come and inspect. The project is running on schedule. The material quality control fitting to the colors that they selected are right on. So they're in really good shape to start putting this back together. Probably by the end of August, early September, you'll see the scaffolding coming down and you'll see a nice historic building restored using architectural terracotta. This is another close-up shot. Again, some of the damage that happens to these buildings, it's a mass masonry system. It has trouble breathing. If water is leaking in from behind that wall, that water is trying to get out. The only way it can really find its way out is through that mortar joint. So it's really important when you're working with terracotta in a mortar structural system that you always analyze that mortar and use a softer mortar. Doesn't need to be so hard. Now on the flip side, back to contemporary work, this is a job we did with co-architects, who I believe is in the audience, Alex and friends, and these guys designed what I would call one of the most stunning pieces of architecture using terracotta in the world. It's absolutely spectacular. It just gives you just awe. You want to go up and look at it and go, what the heck is that? And then try to understand, how did they do that? And to be involved with that design process was so much fun. We worked with Kovac. Kitchell was the general contractor, and of course co-architects. It's down there in the southwest corner in Arizona. And on closer viewing, you can see the stunning capability that you can get using this material as a sunshade, but also as a wall panel. So this was designed specifically to control the heat gain on that side of the building, but still giving it a lot of wow factor. Of course, there's always the struggles going back and forth with the design team. They want to go taller, wider, that type of thing. So we got to kind of work together to keep the thing within budget. So we were able to negotiate a profile that everybody can live with and keep it in budget, and then still be able to twist these panels and within tolerance for a curtain wall application. These are some of the design extrusion profiles that we cut for the project. Can you go bigger and taller? Sure, but it's going to add a little cost. So again, working up front with the terracotta manufacturer early on in the design process is very important to keep these things in budget. If you have a client that doesn't care about budget, that's great. Then we can really have a lot of fun. You can see we had a mock-up in the last picture there on the right. That's really important to work those kinks out early on in a full-blown mock-up before you just think you're going to go crazy and make all this stuff. And I think everybody knows that in the room. But getting back to the layout, our quality control department is really good. We're very fussy about making sure that everything is within tolerance. Every piece is checked for height, cut length, dimensional tolerance, twist, warp. On this particular job, we're purposely twisting the panels within a tolerance that have to fit within the overall curtain wall scheme. And then moving on to what I think is probably the most technically challenging project that Boston Valley has ever worked on. This building was completed a little over a year ago, and it is absolutely stunning. The building itself is a piece of sculpture. You kind of get in the building and you end up staring at the building more than you do at the artwork. Congratulations to Tom Main and his team at Morphosis. Great job. We worked closely hand in hand when Stan was there. In fact, Stan actually did quite a bit of research with us at our ACA event to explore using this material to gain confidence in understanding if it could actually work on a curved facade like this. So this was really like a one-of-a-kind type of technical project, and we were able to really work out the kinks with Stan coming to our ACA event for 2 years running and practice on what we could or couldn't do. Just some more beautiful pictures of the curved panels. We did work through quite a few technical issues with Morphosis directly in their architectural department, and their drafting wing worked closely with our folks, sharing the model back and forth, trying to rationalize the configuration of the panels and how we could accommodate all these curves without blowing the budget. So Stan came up with an idea of chasing the curves, and working closely with Andrew Prees, they were able to kind of figure out how we can run this line almost like chasing the curves and then reducing the number of curves down to 96 configurations instead of over 1,000. So that in itself was able to bring that costing down and bring it into a successful budget that the owner could live with. And in doing that, you can see the Rhino file that went back and forth between Morphosis' design department and Boston Valley, working on the rational curvature of the pieces. So the different shaded pieces represent a different curve or a different length part. The software that's out there now is incredible, how you can rely on it. It's trustworthy, and it actually works. So this process was phenomenal in just understanding how to work in this digital world and actually using it for a real project. And then some of the shapes in the distance shot at night, everything lined up. Of course, Best Contracting, who did the work, had their A-team on this, and they did an amazing job. So before we even went into production, of course, that mock-up is critical. And Morphosis asked us to bend the most radical outside and inside, convex and concave curve with a cutout to illustrate that this thing could actually be put together within some type of tolerance where we could trust it, where we can control the jointing, where the clips were attached, how to design the extrusion, the whole backup system. It was quite a collaborative effort. And if you don't do this, you're going to have problems. So And then at the end, it's just, it's a masterpiece. So, and we're so glad that they chose the off-white with the ribbing stand. It was a great way to diffuse the light, and the ceramic, the way it reflects the light is incredible. It doesn't bounce back in your eyes. You don't need sunglasses when you look at the building. Just another great money shot of the building in general. If you guys haven't been down there to see it firsthand, I encourage you to go down and look at it. And then lastly, I'm working with Stan from Rios, and Stan's been designing some really interesting terracotta wall systems that incorporate living and breathing plants, bees, open air, brise soleil, all combined into a wall system. So this is where we can collaborate with architects and really kind of understand how to work with the material, what the expectation is going to look like before you just say, oh, I want to design with this. So we encourage you to submit a brief if you want to be part of our ACAW to do this type of research. Stan's an old hat at it now, and he has a lot of fun doing it, and we love working with him. Congratulations. We love showing this work off. We're getting ready to ship this full mock-up back to his shop. We were just waiting for the right opportunity to get it on a truck, but we figured it out yesterday, and it's just incredible the way they explode the pieces. Rios was able to 3D print all these pieces in miniature before they actually built the mock-up, so it was well thought out. It takes 12 weeks to go through the SS, the DDs, and the CDs before it actually is released to us into production. But these guys put a lot of hard work and effort into this, so they're not fooling around. They take this research very serious, as we do. And the finished result is stunning. It's flexible. It's doable. There may be a little bit more engineering that has to go into it, but it's almost ready, project specific. So that's the type of fun you can have in this ACAW event. Thank you, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. Yeah, it's great to see the sort of inherent sustainability and versatility of that product. So we're going to move from advancements in technology and process. Okay. We good? Tiny delay. We're getting our next speaker mic'd, but I'll just say we're kind of moving now into, again, physical materials. And so the next speaker is someone who he has served in the glass industry for over 30 years. He has a background in architecture, and he serves as the international business manager at AGC Interpane. I believe they have a booth outside, so go check them out on our break. He's going to talk with us about transparent electromagnetic wave shielding glass for cybersecurity and privacy, which is a mouthful. And I'm really excited to hear about that technology. So we're going to give him a couple of minutes to get on the stage. So just hang tight. Okay, I'm going to keep you guys engaged here, and hopefully less people will leave. Out of everybody here, can anyone raise your hand if you're an architect? Oh. Okay, that looks like at least half. What about engineers? Okay, it's like 10%. Do we have contractors in the room? Yes, I see one of my favorite ones over there. I think we're ready to go. So good, we have a lot of architects. All right, welcome to the stage, Eduardo Rosa.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, my name is Eduardo Rosa. I work for AGC Interpane. I've been in the glass industry for around 30 years, and I'm going to talk about today about WAVE, which is a new product range. I'm going to be concentrated on the WAVE trap. So AGC is developing a new type of glass where it's related to the waves and radio frequencies in order to either block them or allow them to go through. The wave-through is a new system which is for existing buildings which are highly insulated, and they do require to have some ingress of the traditional tools like 4Gs, 5Gs, whatever is the network that is being required to get connectivity. So the way that wave-through works is that without dismantling existing buildings, which actually some of them they are highly insulated. We can laser part of the coating which is inside of the unit and allowing the waves to go through, so that makes simple things far much easier instead of having to dismantle the whole building, for example, just one floor that requires extra connectivity than any of the other ones. Wave trap will be the topic of the day, which I will explain you a little bit further on, but the main idea is to block any sort of signal or control where the signals are and just control them where they can access. And the glass antenna, which is a completely different topic, is not related to the architecture, is more related to transport, is once the coating is applied through laser, it is being removed, it's been laminated, and it's, for example, widely used on the transport, specifically on trains, where they actually do have a lot of inside machinery to get connectivity. With that way, the train can get the connectivity from the outside. Telling about connectivity. AGC has developed the wave trap, which is an ultimate electromagnetic wave shielding glass that helps to protect people from whatever it is from various situations. In this news, we want to introduce the basics of the growing electromagnetic environment and explain more in detail the glazing and the relation to it. When AGC started to develop wave, we asked ourselves three main questions: electromagnetic fields and electromagnetic radiations. Can they be a new type of origin of digitalization? Are they going to harm people? Do we need to protect them? Will be new waves of connectivity which are going to damage a little bit further. Second one would be any relations to potential issues related to the infrastructure, not to the software itself, but for the type on how use these tools. And third, but not final, which is check if the smart buildings concept is mature, safe, and robust enough, or through these uses we can improve the smart buildings. You're familiar how up until now the glass industry is working to block primarily the waves which are radiations like light transmittance, ultraviolet, infrared. We are now jumping into a completely different world which is on a much lower values, which are the radio waves, and that's the main idea that we are calling now an electromagnetic shielding, so that we prevent to reduce the attenuation of it. The range that we are working actually is around 200 megahertz to 6 gigahertz, but that's not going to be the only solution. We are going to work further on highest frequencies of the radio broadcasting. With different wireless communications technologies, we have varying abilities to pass through different materials. So when a radio frequency signal cannot pass through a material, it is called electromagnetic shield or radio frequency shielding. Lighter materials like plastic or glass provide low shielding, while heavy and conductive materials like metal sheets or thick walls offer better shielding. The higher the frequency of the signal is, the harder it is to pass through obstacles like our windows. So we have developed a wave trap, which is a selective electromagnetic shielding. The functionality of it is to stop or redirect the waves of it. The main idea is that this is a metal mesh which is encapsulated on a laminated glass. You can see a sample outside in our booth, and you will see that this mesh is nearly invisible. There's nothing invisible on these days. Everybody can see it at a certain point of the moment. We can just supply it in laminated, we can supply it in double or triple glazed with applying a selective coating on phase number 4 of the laminate. The reason to supply it just laminated is because you will see that we can also act just interiorly in certain areas of the buildings. With this new model connectivity and technologies, we have some new challenges, and these are the main 3 challenges. First, we need to have privacy. Secondly, we need to provide shelter for people that are hypersensitive to the new wave trend, which is coming, and actually is in there. And we have to work on what we say electromagnetic compatibility. The compatibility means that we try to avoid interferences in between systems which are in the same building or from outside to the inside software. The privacy primarily is to reduce the possibility of having attacks into our building, to interfere to our system, to protect the systems that we do have. This is a new type of attack, which normally we are thinking on attack as a physical attack to the building itself and damaging whatever the material is inside. But we are now on a completely different attack, which is the cybercrime. That's a real attack on everything which is connectivity. They can easily drop whatever system inside our software in order to damage it, steal information, or even destroy it. So that's something that unfortunately is coming every day. We are having some issues in certain actual cybercrime systems which are improving technology, and we have to scope and bring up with other products. For example, that's a typical example. You're on a proximity attack, you're close to a window, you have to been attacked, your information has leaked, and you have to protect yourself and try to recover whatever information it is. Another example is when you're inside buildings where you're sharing the building itself. There are areas which are public, and you have access to Wi-Fi networks which are from the building, or Wi-Fi from the streets, or even employees that have specific access to different networks. So what do you need to do is you have just to protect certain areas in order that the information does not leak either from inside to outside or from outside to inside. So that's a way of protecting it. The protection electric against what we call electromagnetic smoke. Proved or not, there is people that is hypersensitivity to a certain type of waves, and we are not going in to discuss if this is a topic which is real or unreal. The main idea is that we have to act and we need to protect people. So we are helping people, for example, to have in houses, private environments, to be protected about having connectivity to the outside world, so they don't want to share whatever waves are in the world for today. So we are protecting, in fact, their health, either mentally or physically. The electromagnetic compatibility, that's an important aspect because it's more related to avoid colliding systems which are one close to another. So the passive electromagnetic shielding barrier supports the interference of signals from different areas of the building. So primarily, the main idea is to make the infrastructure more resilient, avoid doing great systems but still vulnerable and unsafe. We are supporting, aim intention is to make digital tools very reliable and safe, and how to use them. This is how the graphs normally tend to see when you're working in electromagnetic interferences and electromagnetic. That's pretty complex, that's pretty heavy, there is lots of technicalities on it. So we just jumped into a far much easier way of promoting and improving and letting people know about how the electromagnetic shields works. So we have folded into the dB values, which are similar to the acousticals. They are more or less one-to-one, and that gives what are the performances for every type of product. Some of the overview of the different products that we are able to use. So these are performances that you can have either in laminated, you can have it either on double glazed, on triple glazed. Primarily, the products are supplied on fixed size, so meaning that we cut, edge work, heat treat, laminate, apply the coating, and then assemble the double glaze unit and ship it to whatever it is the project located. We are not initially selling this product to a third parties. We are going to process it 100% in our own premises in Germany. That's the main idea for it. And there is one thing which is, it's coming, which is in the future, which is a clear single glass that's going to come and avoiding to use laminated glass, but it's still on very, very early stages. Finally, Wavetrap has done the first project, which is a high-rise tower of highly rich people in Monaco, and some of them, they want to have non-access to whatever is to interior housing, so we have supplied any sort of protection to the certain floors with the specific build-up that you will have on top of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eduardo. Pretty interesting to hear about that tech, how it simultaneously shields, but also strengthens internal signals. I think probably more and more we're going to be needing technology like this, so it's great to learn about that. So we have our first break. It's about 40 minutes long. We'll notify you when to come back. Titled Super Light, the Intuit Dome Facade. Please welcome to this stage, Isaac Smith.
Cool. Thank you. Is this on? Oh, apparently. Hi, I'm Isaac. I was on a very small team in AECOM that had the privilege of working on the design of the Intuit Dome from concept in 2016, 2017, up to the opening, which is August of this year. It happens to be my birth month, so I'm super excited about that. I want to introduce the project briefly. Intuit Dome is primarily a basketball arena and performance space in Inglewood, California. It's 18,000 square feet, which is very small for a contemporary NBA venue, but it's incredibly intimate. There's also a series of community spaces and most critically, the team office and training facility are in the same building. Inglewood, maybe everyone knows this area, but it's part of a new entertainment district. It's down the street from the Forum and across the street from SoFi, which is from its big brother at HKS. It's also directly aligned underneath both of the landing pads for LAX. So there's height and noise restrictions. Beyond the context, it's an amazing site. 6 miles from the ocean, when you're in the building, you can see Malibu, Palos Verdes. If you turn around, you can see actually the Hollywood sign, which is remarkable. Downtown LA and the mountains beyond. It's a really beautiful space. On the site plan, you can see this is a very tight, constricted site. It's kind of like an L shape, so different from typical sports venue where there's a beautiful object and a sea of parking. This is an object on a plaza. So it has a very dense urban space, and then, the pointer. Yeah, you can see there's landscaping all around the front and the side. If you look at the section, It's kind of like cutting into a machine. You can see that there's an awful lot going on, and keeping this presentation to just the facade is a difficult exercise. But I just want to focus on these 3 programmatic lumps, that the arena and seating bowl, which is what we kind of understand the project to be, the team offices. Oh no, my trick is gone. Sorry, the team office is here. Two very oddly proportioned lumps that are held apart from each other by the training facility for the team. So there's a very insistent massing of these like perfectly tuned spaces, and what we wanted to do on the design team was to create kind of a simple wrapper to capture the informal spaces that are in between the required program. We spent a lot of time looking at different formal relationships. We settled on this kind of eccentric spiral pattern that wraps over this very odd shape. And then these are just a couple of concept images so you can get an idea of this inside-outside space, which we're used to in Southern California, but you can't make spaces like this almost anywhere else in the country. So we really wanted this to be an LA-specific kind of space. You can see this when you're in the lobby of the building. Between the 2 lumps, there's light, air, and views out, so it's really remarkable. Then here's just a concept image. So the issue with this, right, our brilliant idea as designers was to add weird, strange, undefined area to the program and budget. The client loves the way it looks, didn't have money for it, so we had to make very light, efficient facade. So we did a lot of material research, and we landed on PTFE, which you may or may not be familiar with, but it's actually an industrial material used in conveyor belts, factories, but from spraying, colors on Skittles and shipping boxes around, it's very durable and a very malleable material. Also happens to be interestingly transparent, and it catches the light in a cool way. This slide has like a new building material, like your 4 by 8 foot sheet of plywood. The PTFE comes in 3-meter rolls, so the seaming is incredibly important to coordinate over this large facade. This is just a hint at the detail. So there's a grid shell that's supported from the roof of the building and attaches to the building at certain parts. And then these diamond-shaped triangular panels are attached to it. So what you can see is this is a complete panel, this is a complete panel, and then these are just 2 clips of the adjacent panels. Are we going for it? Just for scale, this is the size, about the size of one of the panels with I think one of our interns next to it. And then you can see the empty grid shell with all the attachment points. Not the sexiest talk, but I thought for this group might be interesting. And here you can see the panels kind of gang together. You can see how critical it is, the way that the seaming works, and then what I think is a pretty cool effect from a distance. Due to standard computation, we are able to tune the facade in very specific ways. For instance, we have a skylight over the upper concourse. It's not conditioned. We were running tests, found out it was getting really hot, so we increased the opacity in that area. We're also able to add a laminated PTFE section which would shed water over public spaces. So we can have an unconditioned space that the city permits, but we had to do a lot of tuning to get there. And of course, tuning is the name of the game for something that you weren't asked to design and there's no budget for, so we worked with our facade team in Melbourne to reduce the number of specific panels. We replaced panels on the roof with a photovoltaic array that matches the pattern, and we introduced a large format area to reduce costs and complexity. And then I'll just run through these really quick. So the PTFE is super light, and the other portion was efficient. So behind this kind of beautiful football squished triangular shell is a really simple building. One is for the arena, it's all integrated metal panels, very straightforward. And for the office and training facility, it's a very straightforward curtain wall system. With a wildly inexpensive roof, right? Big, flat, sheds water, works great. Then we have our grid shell that attaches to the building. This is the large format laminated PTFE that sheds the water. This goes over the lobby space and the upper concourse. The open mesh individual triangular panels that allow the light and air to come into the space. Typical ETFE for a couple of skylights, and then the photovoltaic array to complete the pattern. With an extremely efficient, lightweight thing, I just wanted to show just a couple of images. This is something I put in every talk, and I never know how to explain it, but if anybody traveled to get here, you flew over the building and you saw it. If you're watching reality TV in the next couple of years, I think it's going to be on B-roll. You know, this is a new icon for LA. It's really exciting. It means a lot to the city. It means a lot to the team. And then as designers, I think it's really amazing what you can do with such a simple structure. And this is great. I found this picture on the internet. I try really hard not to just drown you guys in the Technicolor renderings, but it's really amazing if you go on YouTube or Instagram, you see this project everywhere, and it works the way that we intended it to, even if this isn't the best image. Here's an eye-level view, and you can see plenty, but the way that these panels are opening up, and then that you can see directly through the building, it's really remarkable for a program that's typically like a black box theater. Has a lot to live up to, given its neighbors. And then there's also, just for you guys, some fun, phenomenal effects that you get, seeing the grid shell and the different materials in the space. And then this is literally from YouTube, but for fun, there's a bar right here in this open gap. You can see the planes on their flight path directly overhead, like queued up in a line, like they're waiting to order a sandwich. And then I was reluctant to add a lot of slides, and I think I may have overshot, under-delivered, because this is my sign that it's over. Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. That's super interesting to see. And I think, we do actually have some time now. So I want to open it up to the audience to see if anyone has a question for Isaac. And I think we can get you up here with a mic if there are any. If there's not, I can think of some questions myself. Anybody?
Of course. And we won't tell you why.
Yeah.
The birds, there's a beautiful pond in that area. It's part of a Mikhaeil, one of the best landscapes, certainly in sports architecture, but it's a landing point for a bunch of migrating species. And we saw from other people that the birds, do what birds do. So in addition to just bird-friendly glass, we also looked for bird mitigation strategies that weren't just spikes. We tried really hard not to just do what was required in the project, which is difficult, I think, with this typology, because the inside is what the client's interested in. Okay, I'll leave it. Yes, bird-friendly glass.
No, I was going to also ask, how was the decision made to sort of celebrate that grid shell with the red paint? Maybe there's something I should know there with the brand of the dome, but can you speak to that?
Sure. So one of my habits when talking about this project is I do inside baseball and I start talking about the characters involved, and it's not very professional, but we were doing a mock-up with Steve Ballmer, who's the owner of the building. He's a very well-known NBA team owner. He was a Microsoft CEO. There's videos of him on the internet having the greatest time. I can't live up to that. But we did the mock-up at the forum, and the forum has those little red pops of color. So we had this incredibly stressful day. We were setting, what's the opacity of the material going to be? Is the client going to like it? Do we like it? It was a big production. This was in the middle of COVID, so there was testing and all these weird protocols, and we had a pretty successful meeting. And at the very end of the meeting, Steve said, well, why is it gray? And that set off just a couple months of study. We looked at everything from the architect's desire, right, like let's do all black, right, or maybe mirror polish, to Steve's desire of like maybe, basketballs are orange, it could be orange. Blue got kicked out because it's the Dodgers color, but we settled on the red. And I, for the longest time, was super grumpy about it, but it's really successful. And one of the things we did very early in the project is we wanted to see if you can see it from a distance. And we did all of these mock-ups, and we were like, sorry, guys, you just can't see it. Can't see it from the 105. It's just not visible. And once the little hints of red come into the structure, it really is identifiable, really visible.
Cool.
Right.
Interesting. I think I'm personally fascinated to see more and more venues that are, kind of adapting to the local climate and having the sort of the breathable aspect of the facade. Have you worked on projects that had that before, or was this kind of like a learning process?
Well, it's always, right, every building's a prototype and all of that. You're always doing something for the first time, even though most of the people on the team are old hat, sure of exactly how to do it. So we confuse a lot of people by wanting this, but the client really loved the concept, and the idea that you can only have this building here is really, I don't know, pointing at the facade. It's a really remarkable thing. And, everyone in this room knows there's that long history of indoor-outdoor space in California, and we really wanted to infuse that and get it to work. Mostly works. Fire marshal, still skeptical, but other ways, yeah.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. I think we can move on to our next speaker.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is another glass technology expert. He's going to talk to us today about global trends of the architectural glass facade. Everyone, please welcome to the stage North America Sales Director for North Glass, Bob Zhang.
Hello everyone, this is Bob from North Glass. Thanks for Zak World of Façades invite us join this conference, and thanks for everyone joining the conversation as well. Talk about North Glass. I believe a lot of people heard about North Glass. We are a company was starting with the glass tempering furnace manufacture business. Our company, we are a group company, and we started at 1995. And by 1998, we started our first glass fabrication facility in Beijing. And on 2013, we started our Tianjin North Glass factory. Talk about the Tianjin North Glass. We are a glass fabricator, and actually we have million square feet factory, and we do all kind of architectural glass product, and we are more like a one-stop shop. We do almost everything in one shop. We do everything from 12 inches to 80 feet, which is 24 meters for the glass. And we do have everything, include ceramic freight. We do digital print to up to 80 feet, and we do tempered glass. We do have our in-house low-E coating line, which can do 24 meters, which is 80 feet as well. We do 80 feet laminated IGU glass. We do, and at the same time, we do a lot of standard curtain wall. Our shop roughly produce around 50 million square feet glass every year. And from the picture you can see, we do we do fabricate Guardian glass, Guardian coated glass. We do fabricate vitro coated glass, and also we do have our own low-E coating. So, and also at the same time, like I mentioned, we do the jumbo size glass as well. Everything we can do is up to 80 feet, 24 meters, and we do everything in our Tianjin shop. And also another of our advantage is we do customized special glass as well. So we're going to talk little bit more about customized glass later. So start to show you some curtain wall glass project. I mean, we do have 11 tempering furnace in the shop, and 7 of the 11th furnace we can do curved glass. We did, I don't know how many projects with curved glass, but for example, if you look at the top left corner, the project called 2050 M Street project in Washington, D.C. On that project, we have 1,100 pieces of curved glass, and all the glass was bended by the convex way. So you can see, and you can see the glass is very high reflective. We do have hard coating, high reflective hard coating on the surface number 2, and also we do have low-E coating on the surface number 4 of the glass as well. And also you can see some project like at the top right corner, which is Manulife project. That project we do have 2 different low-E coating on the glass, and that all the project glass was laminated triple IGU. The project is around 350,000 square feet of glass. On that project, we also do have concave and convex curved glass on the facade as well. So one of our advantage is we can bend the glass on both of the concave and the convex concave and convex surface. That means when we have a curved project, when we have concave and convex curved glass on the buildings, we can always keep the low-E coating on the same surface to guarantee we will see a same glass color from exterior and interior of the building. Also, another project in Manhattan, which is a Pantry Hotel, we do have pretty special curved glass on that. It's not only the concave curved glass with low-E coating, and also we do have convex curved glass with the full coverage ceramic frit on the glass. The radius of that glass is approximately around like 5 feet. Some of the glass is even smaller. Talking about some jumbo size structural glass project. So the first project I want to talk about is the Beijing Library, which you will find you will see the rendering from the bottom right corner. That is the biggest structural glass project in the worldwide. On that project, we roughly have around 120,000 square feet of structural glass. The biggest glass is around 55 feet. And that's a laminated insulating IGU without glass fin. And we do have North Glass in-house coating applied on that project too. Some other projects like the top left corner, which is the Oracle headquarters in Austin, Texas. We did a project probably like 4 or 5 years ago. This is the glass is not very big. The glass is around 25 feet tall, 25 to 27 feet tall, and we do have a triple silver low-E coating on the glass. The project like California, like Austin, with very strong sunshine, we have to use like triple silver low-E coating to reach the lower solar Hagen value to make sure people stay inside our building is feeling more comfortable. And also the Yale University Innovation Center, which in the bottom middle pictures, that glass have concave and convex curved glass as well. The glass is around 25 feet tall and without glass fins. The good things with concave convex technology is like what I mentioned before, we always can keep the glass have same color when we look from outside. Also, we supply a lot of glass for Apple too. We did over 150 Apple retail store in the worldwide, and also we are doing the Apple Park project in the Cupertino as well. The Apple Park project was completed by 2017, 2018, and also we are keep working with Apple to develop their flagship Apple retail store as well. Yeah, it's kind of special applications for like small radius curved glass. This is a project we did. This is a project we did for 2020 Winter Olympic in Beijing. So we do use glass tube as like light cover. So you will see the glass bending like 6 inches radius, and also we have ceramic frit on the glass, and also the glass is tempered. So for some of the project, I mean, from the engineer standpoint, maybe we can use annealed glass will be fine, but from our understanding, if we can heat treat the glass, is still a better guarantee for the project. This is another project we complete by 2020, which the glass is pretty special. So from the left side picture, it's just a mock-up picture for the project. So you can see we have the V grooves on the glass surface. And also you can see the glass surface is not flat. We have quite a lot of big bubbles on the glass surface. And actually that glass is laminated, double laminated insulating glass. And that glass was chemical tempered at that time. At this moment, we probably can do like physical tempered now, but back to like 2020, 2019, we did chemical temper for the project. So from the left side of the drawings, you can see the glass surface have quite a lot of waves, which is we had slumped that glass to make that waves. And before we do the slumping, we did a V groove for the glass surface. And after that, we still can laminate glass, and we still can make an IGU for that glass. So this is another kind of special applications for the exterior facade. Some other project talking about like special glass. This is just 2 small piece glass we did for Gucci store. And you can see the glass is pattern cut, and also we bend the glass have around 20 inches arc height on that glass. Some pictures just showing up. We are checking the glass tolerance for the client at our shop. Something new about what we just got like last year. So we are starting to use HB Fuller technology, which called 4SG, which the 4SG is kind of spacer which we are using on the IGU glass. And the difference between the 4SG and the traditional spacer is the 4SG is more like one component spacer. So compared with traditional spacer system, we have aluminum spacer, we have stainless steel spacer, we have to put a PIB on the spacer, and at the same time we have to put a desiccant in the inside of the spacer to make sure the IGU glass performance. But compared with like traditional spacer system, the 4SG spacer is one component spacer. It's more like extrude spacer, and the advantage for the extrude spacer is we are very friendly with all kind of pattern cut glass. So that means, I mean, we don't need to spend a lot of time to make the spacer with like pattern, to follow the pattern cut glass shape. And also another thing is with the 4SG spacer, which is the spacer is chemically bound with the glass surface. After we complete the IGU, after we apply the spacer on the glass, for the longer time, the spacer themselves will be bound with the glass surface even more tighter. And the good things compared with traditional spacer is during the temperature change, the pressure inside of the air space, inside of IGU cavity will be changed. The one component spacer will never vary about the PIB will be split between the glass surface. And also the 4SG spacer is kind of soft spacer. So when we apply the 4SG spacer on the curved glass, the spacers themselves will be much easier to follow the glass shape to bending. One project application with a 4SG spacer with curved glass is project in Australia we did like a year and a half ago. And you can see the rendering. The project is already complete. We just don't have new pictures. You can see from the rendering, the glass, some of the corners of the glass is bending very tight. So actually that's the how the glass looks like. We have roughly around 3 feet radius on the glass, and the glass themselves is like 27 feet. So compared with we are using like standard aluminum or stainless steel spacer, I mean, to bend the spacer to like 3 feet radius is going to be a nightmare for the PIB. Okay, so that's almost everything for today, and thanks for everyone. We do have a little booth outside of the hall, and if anyone interested about our glass, please feel free to stop by. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bob, for showing us how you and North Glass are really sort of pushing the limits on glass technology, and for sharing the beautiful projects. I think I heard him right when he said 24 meters in one dimension for the jumbo flat glass, which is like 78 feet, so pretty awesome. Okay, so next we have a very special keynote presentation. We're going to hear from 2 speakers who come to us from Bjarke Ingels Group's new West Coast office in Los Angeles. We have Amir Mikhaeil, a senior designer, and Leon Rost, a partner of the firm who's been there since the beginning. He was a design assistant at Plot in Copenhagen. Collectively, they've worked on and led the design of some of the firm's most iconic and influential projects, including the 3.5 million square foot Google campus project and the recently completed One High Line in Manhattan. So they're going to share with us more work in their talk, The Faces of Education, Uniting Structure and Facade, and 3 higher education buildings. Everyone, please help me welcome Amir and Leon.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Today, I'd like to talk a little bit about some of our higher ed projects. But before I jump into that, because we are a little bit new to town, I thought I'd introduce ourselves a little bit. We are Bjarke Ingels Group. We're primarily architects, but we also have a landscape engineering, planning and products and interiors department as well. We're originally from Copenhagen, 6 offices around the world. We come from the LA office. We're actually in Santa Monica, in a beautiful old Paul Williams building from 1928. But in Copenhagen, we actually just completed our own flagship headquarter building, where really the entire structure is the facade of the building, and the entire tectonics of the architecture was basically captured in a structure and facade set, and with very few kind of interior touches even necessary. This is our smallest project. It's a birdhouse that comprises a part of 100 birdhouses that covers a 1 treehouse hotel in the forest in northern Sweden. The facade here is this kind of tinted black glass covered in this shroud of birdhouses, giving you this ability to get really close to the nature and close to the action. In Norway, we recently completed this museum that also functions as a bridge for a sculpture park, clad in these strips of anodized aluminum, one of our favorite materials that you'll see a little bit more of in our later presentation. In New York, this is the project that first brought us to the US about 12, 13 years ago, via West 57, a rental high-rise, where we brought the Danish courtyard typology to the US and just cranked it up to New York proportions to create what we call a court scraper. And then really just hot off the press, right at the end of the High Line, where we like to say we're bringing the High Line to the skyline, we create a spiraling terrace office building for Tishman Spire, where every single workspace has access to the outdoors, which is a really unique quality for for the New York commercial market. And then back in Copenhagen, this is one of our kind of funner projects for a waste-to-energy plant. So a plant that converts all of the trash in Copenhagen and burns it cleanly and turns it into energy and district heating. And it's actually the biggest structure in all of Denmark. So we wanted to utilize that volume. And in a climate that has a bunch of snow but no slopes, we were able to create the first ski slope in all of in the entire country that can be used all year round, actually. And it's part of this idea of hedonistic sustainability that we champion, where the sustainability is on display. So for the headquarters, for Bayview, for Google in Mountain View, we covered the entire canopy in photovoltaic shingles that we custom made with this silverish tint and a textured Albarino glass that gives it almost a metallic quality, a beautiful material in its own right, and it also happens to produce 50% of the building's energy, and then lets in the rest of the light into the building to create these really gallery-like environment for doing the best work. So with that kind of preface, just want to dive into more the topic for this talk, which is creating the new faces of education and for higher education. And I call it new faces because, I think the physical environments in which we do our deepest learning are still based on models that are centuries, if not millennia old, from Roman or Greek times or from even the Church of England. While even just in the last few decades, the way we learn has changed so much with the advance of the internet, which was exacerbated with COVID and hybrid learning. It's becoming more entrepreneurial, it's becoming more hybrid, it's becoming more community and network-based than just kind of dusty academia and opening your textbooks. So one of the projects I want to show you is a student center we did for Johns Hopkins University in their Homewood campus at the basically what's considered the edge of the campus, but it acts as a gateway to the rest of the community. And it's sort of the terminus of the signature brick pathways that wrap around the Johns Hopkins campus. Programmatically, we were consolidating the various activities for student life that come together in one building. But architecturally, we want to also express it more as an open space akin to the quads or to the beach next door. I have a pointer, don't I? The beach, which is a green beach. But what we were thinking is if we could use those brick pathways culminating in this building to create what we call the red beach. So first of all, this type of narrative was necessary even to move the university away from the neo-Georgian architecture that was already on campus. And as you saw from the video, the concept was really all about that ground plane and then the light mass timber structure that came on top that's relating more to the grove and the landscape around it than anything else. So the facade actually had to be as clear as possible and kind of give attention entirely to these two elements that are inside the building. This building is also really unique in the sense that it covers 4 floors, so you can enter at each of those levels directly from the outside. And again, that transparency and openness was incredibly important. So this is at the lowest level, being able to enter into the dining. From the street next door, you can enter into the second floor. From the quad, you can enter into the 3rd floor. And from the grove, you can enter into the 4th floor. But of course, for climate reasons and for structural shear wall reasons, we had to introduce solid walls as well. So even though the building looks entirely transparent, we have roughly 40% of the facade enclosed in order to reach those thermal requirements as we kind of wrap around the building here, seeing the facade unfolded. But we were very strategic with those locations so that whenever you're arriving to one of these 4 entrances, you see nothing but glass. This was also a feature that we had to be very mindful for those clear stories as well, creating the perception that these roof planes are just entering uninterrupted into the building. A few of the details here, using kind of, well, first of all, steel curtain wall structure as a backup. We do have also bird protection for our inquirer earlier. We have kind of black details for the base and the header, and a highly reflective shading system. So the complementary aspects of this are these solid walls that you only really see if you stand next to the building and kind of look obliquely. And here we used a bright finish, semi-reflective anodized aluminum plate from coil to create this really ethereal effect that complements that transparency aspect. And that is the detail that we use on the fascia of the building as well. And you can see the mock-up here, getting this really interesting play between reflection and transparency that creates almost a fully transparent effect for the entire building. The topping off ceremony is actually in a few weeks. And in a way, what we're trying to do is maintain this feeling that you get before the facade comes in to create these amazing transparent views through the structure. The second project that I want to dive into is another mass timber structure that we've designed for the University of Kansas's Department of Architecture and Design. So as an architect, it's kind of a dream project, and an opportunity to have the architecture act as a teacher as well to the building through its tectonics, through its message, through its detailing. So first of all, what we had to do was consolidate their program into 3 buildings, from 6 to 3 buildings, and add a new building that completes this trio, which becomes a message for sustainable architecture in the future. One of historic preservation, another of adaptive reuse of an old 70s building, and finally a mass timber building that has the lowest carbon footprint possible. And this kind of trio creates the architecture and design department together, connected through bridges and through a shared courtyard. And from just to touch on the interior as well, we have these 3 atrium spaces that are interconnected, that are double height, and it's connected through both a convenience stair and a fire stair. One of them is in the core, but another one is kind of embedded into this CLT fire enclosed structure. So you kind of get two stairs for the price of one. The entire structure is out of mass timber. We're actually using wood joinery nodes as well to again, kind of invoke a curiosity and a kind of a fascination for the students who inhabit it. And the bracing for the building happens on the facade through this diagrid, primarily through these two giant X's, and then topped with photovoltaics as well. And then getting to the facade, again, to create a opacity that's necessary for a pretty harsh climate in Kansas, without changing that overall glass cube aesthetic that we were trying to achieve. What we did was kind of create a system of both vision and opaque panels using IGUs, a little bit like this the rock wool headquarters that's filled with mineral wool. But we wanted to find something that's a little bit more fitting into that sustainable narrative. So we found hemp wool to be the best combination of biodegradability, mold resistance, and cost, sandwiched within these IGUs that you see in yellow here, and leaving the areas for the entrances and those atriums to be as clear as possible. You can see the detail here. So kind of both maintaining this glassy appearance while also showcasing the natural wood materials, and in this case, hemp wool materials, all while using the same detailing that essentially clips onto the timber structure. And then finally, Amir and I have been working very closely together on the Robert Day Sciences Center for Claremont McKenna College, one of the reasons why we're here in Los Angeles. And a great example of a project where really, in this case, starting from the master plan, going all the way into the concept design of the architecture, which informed ultimately the details and the facade and the expression of the buildings as well. So I hand it over to Amir.
Thanks, Leon. So, as Leon mentioned, we really want to present this project from the master plan perspective and how that shaped the massing, and in turn, how that got us to the structural and envelope system for this building. So, we've been working with Claremont McKenna College, who they're part of a consortium of 5 colleges in Claremont, which is about 30 miles east of here. And so when we started working on this project, Claremont McKenna asked us to come up with a design for the Science Center. It's a large and significant building to kick off a new department, a new science department, a new science program for the college. But the siting and its relationship to campus wasn't really that clear. So we asked if we can come up with a master plan and some visioning to help us situate this building. So on the left here, you could see the historic mall. It's anchored by a large academic building on the west end, the Kravis Center, designed by Raphael Vignoli. And currently it terminates towards the center of campus here. And a large portion of campus is actually about 40% sports fields, which is the gray area just south of the red square. So the vision we came up with was thought of almost in 3 phases. So extending the mall towards the east end of campus, East Campus, as it's currently called. And concurrently, the college owns a large property that was an old gravel pit. It's shaped like a bowl, which is shown here as a sports bowl, which is what the program was proposed, basically relocating all the sports fields into this bowl and creating a large arena almost for sports. What that does is it frees up a lot of real estate for the campus to carry out this vision and creating new public spaces and space for new academic buildings within the heart of campus. So this would happen concurrently with the extended mall. And then For the next phase, allowing this new diagonal mall to connect the Science Center and the Roberts Pavilion, which is a student recreational center, another key building on campus. And then for the third leg, creating down the line the South Mall, we call the Sports Mall, to connect it to the Sports Bowl. So again, this is what that vision looks. You can see the Science Center sited right next to the Sports Bowl. And this is one of those images where I wanted to present the vision of how this new diagonal and its relationship to the Science Center. Of course, and also, of course, its relationship to the North Mall, extending the North Mall through. So this brings us to the massing. So spoke a little bit about the North Mall, the existing North Mall, extending it through to the east side. And one of the typologies of this North Mall are these pairs of bars, these buildings that straddle the mall. And so we wanted to, rather than terminate the mall on the east end and create a bookend for it, which this building really is, we wanted to let the mall run through, this pedestrian mall run through from exterior to interior, and bring it through to the other side, placing 2 bars as kind of a typical typology on every floor, but really starting aligned with the mall on the first floor, and creating a new ad-grade entrance. The building is situated on a slope, so it provides that opportunity to create an connection through the interior space to this new diagonal mall at the ad-grade entrance, and creating a new communal space within the building. As the building rises, we take these bars and rotate them, realigning them to this new diagonal, this new geometry introduced to the campus, and then rotate it once more, which is kind of something similar to what's happening with the Kravis Center on the west end. It creates this horizontal bar that faces now the extended mall. Within all of that is this atrium space, really a communal space for the campus and the students to gather around. And as a sort of side effect of all of that, you have all of these exterior terraces and interior terraces facing the atrium, providing a lot of spaces for outdoor learning and gathering and impromptu meetings and places for students really to hang out. So as we went through this design, you've seen a couple concept images. These are some more recent images as we had fine-tuned the design and worked on the facade and the structure. And in my opinion, actually, with all this extra detail, it really makes the building that much more interesting. And this is that interim condition with the view from the future extension of the North Mall really carrying through to the other side, as you can see here at the first floor. And that new diagonal mall entrance, future entrance with that ad-grade entrance. And bringing us back to this original concept image. And of course, this atrium I mentioned earlier, which is going to be, I think, a really beautiful space with the large skylight above and all of these adjacent terraces. And it's not really a straight atrium space per se. It kind of breathes, it expands and contracts as it goes up into the space. And you have these vis-a-vis views that's really interesting, so you're always seeing what's going on around the building. And just wanted to briefly touch on the structural system. So it's a science center, there's a lot of labs, stringent vibration criteria, 2,000 microinches per second. So these bars were really envisioned as these bridging elements, these truss structures that could create a lot of stiffness and really accommodate the large cantilevering spans that you see in the design. And of course, having our lateral and seismic loads carried through and threaded through the building. It's not a straight extrusion, so you can imagine it was pretty difficult, but we managed to do it. Each of these bars is typically a structural perimeter truss members, a pair of them, and they're tied with these series of Virendale trusses. A lot of the program is in the center of the bar with circulation going around the perimeter, and this really frees up the space in between these elements of circulation to have a column-free column-free space that gives a lot of flexibility with the layout. So this building's under construction. It recently topped out about a month ago. This precedes that. So you can see these structural elements spanning. And this is a view as if you're at the extension of the North Mall looking east, the future Sports Bowl beyond. And then a view down into this atrium. Now this will get enclosed by that giant skylight fitting within that geometry right above. And this is a view of that atrium condition. So it really is a pretty large space, very dynamic, as I mentioned, sort of expanding and contracting and these cascading terraces, which is pretty exciting. And for the facade really mirrors the structure. The trusses are expressed on the exterior, and it's in a very high fire severity zone, so a lot of the entire exterior had to be non-combustible. So what we have is GFRC panels hung on the curtain units on the exterior and a wood cladding on the interior for the trusses. One thing that we really wanted to maintain is that relationship between the exterior and the interior of the truss. So a lot of times, particularly at the entrances, you walk past the exterior and that exterior becomes the interior for the truss. And so we looked at board form concrete for the GFRC panel. And for the interior, we just switch materials. It becomes wood, provides some warmth, but really carries that pattern and that texture into the interior of the building. These are some recent images of some mock-ups that we're working on with fabricators, and it really is coming together to hold on to that vision very nicely, I think. The facade system is pretty typical. It's a series of curtain wall units that you see in pink with some stick-built storefront infilling that you see in blue between the bars, adjacent to all the terraces, and some curtain units as well for the mechanical enclosure. It's a science building, a lot of science equipment, but I think we've managed to hold on to the image of the building of these bars by creating some mini bars on top rather than just another parapet element to conceal the equipment. And as complex as the building may be, it actually just has a handful of typical units. This is our family of all of the curtain units for the building, and they all repeat. And this was early on to really help us understand the design of this facade. We put together this assembly animation, which aside from some variations on the structure, it's still pretty accurate. Where we have our curtain unit assembly with the insulation and glazing and backpans. You've got the structure truss, of course, and the curtain unit hung on the facade, and then our GFRC rain screen that goes on top of that. And similar to the facade, the underside of the exterior soffits it has to be non-combustible. For the exterior, it's these slatted aluminum panels, and on the interior, same dimension and pattern, just out of wood, not where it's shown in this early animation here, but for the atrium side. And I wanted to end with these two images. Again, this was probably taken about a month ago, but it really speaks to the vision that the future of the college will have, which is, you could see at the back of this image there, the Kravitz Center anchoring the west end of the mall. There's a building, a pretty old building that the college really doesn't want to keep. It really doesn't fit their needs as much anymore. And so the mall will run through there and run through the building. And then you've got the Roberts Pavilion, the Student Rec Center. In this image, you can see the magnitude of the sports fields that are filling up the campus here, and having the ability to bring them to a new home, to the Sports Bowl, a really exciting home, and really allowing this future connection to tie the key buildings within campus, the important buildings for the college, and really organize the plan around these key axes. So I think sort of taking us back to all the projects that Leon presented, the facades and the images of these buildings really speak to not only the architecture, introducing this new architecture to these campuses, but also how these architectural facade elements really tie into the organization and the structure of these buildings. And I wanted to end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you, Amir, and I think Leon had to step out, but amazing, groundbreaking work. Personally, I still look to big projects for inspiration, and I really appreciate the simple and effective, the diagrams, of the concept. I think just as an architect, it's hard not to admire that, and the commitment to storytelling. Also, I think it's really cool how you guys in the Johns Hopkins Student Center made use of the kind of traditional brick, but then kind of reimagined it as this almost topography on the interior. So very cool. Okay, so, and I did write another note I want to mention, which is the fact that I think we're starting to see more and more mass timber buildings. I mean, that was the second one featured today, and obviously kind of the sustainable nature of those projects is why we go down that path, but I think it's clear and everyone can see the warmth that exposing the wood brings to the environment. So thank you. So we're going to set up now for the first panel of the day. It's going to be a 45-minute session. We have an amazing moderator who's going to come up shortly, and she will have 3 panelists joining her. But while we wait for the seat setup, I think that's going to take just a couple minutes here. I already did a poll on professions, but maybe we can just quick check. Are there any students in the audience today? I didn't think there would be, but no students yet. We're going to have to advertise and market to them. What about, just thinking about years of experience? So please raise your hands. We'll do this again. How many people have been working in the A&E industry for over 10 years? Okay, most of us. What about 20 years? Okay, pretty good. What about 30 years? I know some of our speakers have. Amazing. Can we get a round of applause for the 30 years? That's amazing. Yes. We'll all be there one day, hopefully. All right. Well, I think I'll go ahead and introduce our moderator. So the title today of this panel, it's called The Façade's Key Role in the California Climate Accountability Package. And our moderator is an associate at Bureau Happold, and she's a Bloomberg Fellow at the Bloomberg School of Public Health at Johns Hopkins University, speaking of Johns Hopkins. And she leads the sustainable processes on a wide range of cutting-edge projects. I think there she is. Please welcome to the stage, Kathleen Hetrick.
Howdy, y'all. Can y'all hear me? This is all working? Okay, awesome. Thank you. And let's just bring out the panelists because they're amazing and beautiful and they deserve to be seen. All right. We know that we're the panel separating between you guys and lunch. So we promise to make this highly engaging so much that you won't run out of here for your veggie plates and yogurt bowls. And it's amazing. I mean, it's an amazing group of folks, amazing panelists so far. Sustainability is more and more integrated into these technical conferences, and we're seeing it in the content, we're seeing it in what architects, manufacturers, even in the expo outside. What are people talking about? What's the market differentiator? So this topic today, we'll be talking all about that. And I know there's folks here who've got decades, as we've just seen, of experience. And sustainability is one of those places that's really disrupting. No matter how seasoned you are, the expertise that you have, these new climate bills are shaking things up. Whether you're a facade designer, a manufacturer, whether you've got a giant real estate portfolio and you're moving billions of dollars around, this stuff is coming for you, and it's serious, and it's on a fast-moving pace that's going to upend what we do. So with all that being said, these California carbon bills, and I was just up in Sacramento last night talking with some of the legislators who've gotten this stuff passed, they're very real. They're going up against the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, but they expect these to get implemented and actionable, and it's happening by 2026. So there's two bills that we're going to be talking about today. 253, this is the carbon inventory bill. This is what are your greenhouse gases as a company? How are you reporting on them? And not just your energy, but also that scope 3, right? So how is this impacting your supply chain? How is this impacting embodied carbon? How is this really impacting the strategy of what you're building, your products? What are customers going to be asking for? And the other key thing that people might overlook is Bill 261. This is the climate risk bill. This is talking about physical risk, but also transition risk. Is your company prepared to deal with a new frontier of net zero targets, a new era of extreme heat, flooding? Are you all prepared, right? So this is what we're going to be uncovering in the next couple of minutes with our esteemed panel. So on the next slide, can I control this? Oh, Susan's got me. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to do a deep dive into the first bill, 253. So this isn't impacting companies that are your mom and pops, right? We're talking about companies that are making over $1 billion annually that are doing business in California. This looks like your real estate companies. It might be your manufacturers. It's going to be hospitals, universities. Who's got a lot of financial pool, they're going to be impacted by this. And the point I want to make here is that you're going to have to start disclosing publicly what your emissions are by 2026. That's fast. That's faster than Taylor Swift's boyfriends, right? So getting a plan into action, thinking about this, and thinking about what this looks like to be on a public website, not buried in some financial report. You can imagine companies like As You Sow, the NRDC, starting to do that list of how do companies stack up, right? So you can see all of this coming at a very rapid pace. And if you don't do it, not only do you lose clout, but you're going to have to pay $500K a year to not do this work. So this is driving the strategy for a lot of key clients, and for probably a lot of y'all out here, whether you're an architect, an engineer, facade expert, a manufacturing, a salesperson, this is all affecting us, right? And and it really breaks down to scope 1, 2, and 3. What do you burn or release? If you're a steel manufacturer and you got to use coal for your process, how much of that are you burning? If you've got fleets that go out and look at, facade elements, how much diesel are you using? Your scope 2 emissions, for your headquarters or for a new building, talking about electrification, what are your bills? What is that carbon footprint of your operational energy? And the big one that everyone's worried about, scope 3, that's your supply chain. It's where a lot of this pressure is going to come from suppliers thinking about embodied carbon. So not only are we going to start seeing the pressure of embodied carbon and circularity on the building scale, you're going to get that pressure from the C-suite, who our lovely panelist Heidi will be sharing some light on. So that's just the first bill, right? Carbon inventory. Second bill, this 261. I really want you guys to pay attention to the little diagram on the right. This is talking about climate risk. So, think about a facade. The whole point of the facade is to protect us from the elements. Well, now you've got to protect it from huge swings, whether that's flooding, extreme heat, you name it, different wind patterns that we've never seen before in countries. We've got to protect ourselves. What role is your product, your design going to play, whether that's an acute risk or a chronic risk? And then on the strategy side, how are you taking a look at the policy and legal, ecosystem that's impacting your business? Are you thinking about the latest technology, nanotechnology, new materials, bioplastics, the whole lot? Where are you investing? Where's your R&D? As a designer, are you up to date? This is all kind of impacting the work that you're doing. And then again, market reputation. Are you out there? Are you talking about how great your designs are? Are you building a new client list of folks who are impacted by this? Are you investing in the right engineers that can help you win new markets across the world? And yeah, the important thing to note here is that this is only a 500 million, so it's affecting a lot more companies. I think some places are listing it at as much as 10,000 different companies are going to be impacted by this. But the key, the ticker here is this is just the California bills. The EU is also coming out with these. Australia is about to come out with these. The SEC is thinking about this. So this is a problem that isn't going away. It's going to reshape our industry. And there'll be nowhere to hide, unfortunately. You'll all be attending panels. Well, this will be beaten over again and again. I'm just the canary in the coal mine, unfortunately. And that's all the things I've talked about, right? And I think we're just going to, as I think in the panel, we're going to just explore what does this really look like? Whether it's a design team, going after new work, thinking about the technological aspects of it. So this is the overview that I want to give you, and just a friendly reminder again, how fast this is going to happen, especially how fast thinking about how our buildings are multi-years. Some buildings can span a decade, right? That the legislative environment is changing, and that is going to change the way that we do our manufacturing. It's going to change the incentives, and it's really importantly going to change what customers are asking for. So, and they're also, one last plug is that if you're here tomorrow at the Pacific Design Center, part of Megumi's fine work is, being a leader at AI Coat. There's a whole conference dedicated to the Scope 3 aspect of this, embodied carbon and circularity. So while we'll be talking about carbon emissions and climate risk today, you're also going to be on the hook for how do you think about circularity, those next buzzwords, what's the next thing to come. So you think you know what you know, and then suddenly it changes. That's the world of sustainability, right? So that's the overview, and we're lucky to have some really amazing panelists with us today. We're going to be talking about the owner and client aspect, and that'll be with the lovely panelist Heidi. She's the president of Creighton Sustainability Advisors. She is a former vice president of sustainability at Skanska Commercial Development. She's also, fun fact, the best boss you could ever have. She was my first boss in the industry. I'm a little partial. So she'll be covering how owners approach this. We also have amazing Megumi, who's not only a 20-year veteran in the industry as an integrated design leader at HED, but as I said, she's a leader in Los Angeles, running AI Coat, keeping us all on our toes. So she'll be offering the design perspective. And we also have the amazing Seth, who's also a board member with me at USGBC California. He has an illustrious career being a badass at Arup Engineering Consulting, and now runs the decarbonization team at HDR. So he'll be covering the technical side of decarbonization, construction and manufacturing, where we're seeing decarbonization play out in all of this. So let's just, no, I've done something. Don't focus on the screen, focus on Heidi. So Heidi, all that being said, you have some insight, and as, putting your hat as a sustainability leader for a major real estate developer, how are end clients thinking about these bills? How is it impacting their decision making?
Sure, so as you outlined, Scope 1 and 2 is a bit more straightforward, right? It's the fuels we're burning and the electricity we're consuming to power our buildings. And then Scope 3 is everything else. So that is the big one in the room. And it's challenging and dynamic and complex. And it's essentially out of our direct control, right? It's upstream and it's downstream. It's across the supply chain. So, and there's 15 categories within Scope 3, and it's so important to have these bills, these Senate bills coming, because for every company it's going to be very different. I'm sure if each of us answered up here, I think for Bureau Hop, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the biggest footprint is business travel. But for an owner or developer, it's the use of sold products, and it's the materials that we're procuring to build the buildings. So much so that their business travel you don't even see on the pie chart because these other scopes are so significant. So every company is going to have different challenges and different opportunities, which is exciting, right? So the standard for reporting is, there's so many acronyms, so please shout if we're using acronyms that you don't know, but the greenhouse gas GHG protocol is a standard for reporting for the first Senate bill that Kathleen was telling us about, right? And it's also new and complex and dynamic and changing, and we're all still even trying to figure out, like, what is our scope 3 boundary in the built environment? What should we be focused on and reporting and being transparent around now, right? I would say we don't want to get so lost in the weeds and the details that we lose sight of, zooming out and really focusing on what's most material to each of our organizations and focusing on that. So these regulations are super helpful for that first step of that being transparent, right? All these companies are going to have to, there's nothing in there that you have to reduce, right? You just have to report your scope 1, 2, and 3. And then for the second bill, right, with TCFD, you have to understand your, climate risks out there and how that is impacting your business financially. So these are super exciting and really important bills for any owner. I'd say lots of owners have really ambitious goals, right, around getting to net zero, even carbon positive. That's usually in the 2040 to 2050 time frame, but there's a lot of interim goals hitting in 2030. As you said, all the projects we're working on right now are going to impact those clients in 2030. So definitely make sure that they're aware of these upcoming regulations as you're supporting them on your projects. And I can tell you, at Skanska for the Commercial Development Group in the US, 99% of their emissions were in scope 3. And that came down to two things primarily for them. They don't hold on to their projects, they sell. So when they sell and divest that project, account for that project in operation for 50 years. And then the other big bucket is the embodied carbon in the materials. So there's just so much work to be done there in advocacy and education and really decarbonizing the material supply chain, but also decarbonizing our building stock and electrifying and getting our power grids decarbonized as well.
Thanks. I think it's really important that we understand what our customers are going to be starting to ask for us. And I think it's, we've had people who are the leaders, right? Whether it's Microsoft or Google or Patagonia that have been leading the charge. And the fact of the matter is that's now going to be a lot more of our clients, especially some of the sticklers that we've encountered. They're going to have a much bigger carrot and a much bigger stick. So, I think we're going to see, we think of the adoption curve. We're on the hill, right? This is going to become commonplace just as much as it is to put out specs or do a check review set. We're going to start seeing this kind of reporting and climate risk and resiliency talked about. And as a project leader, how is this impacting your teams? Are you starting to see a shift? Are you starting to see this impact your projects? Can you kind of lay out, what does this look like on your day-to-day flagship projects?
Yeah, I think we need to look at it in the client's perspective too, right? So we talked about big scope 3. It is a lot to do with sort of buildings that's, for example, like a leased office buildings would be a part of it, and that would be part of affecting the construction industry especially. I think the impact for the integrated practice, I think it's going to be more of how we measure some of these embodied carbon, which is embedded to the building itself and operation carbon, how we document these items in the design phase and the permitting phase. And then from the clients, and what this bill does is going to be enforcing us to carry these predictions through, verifying it at the end of the construction. And that's part of the report that's coming up in 2027. So I think we are, maybe the industry is looking ahead and see what's going to happen, but I think we have to put ourselves in a gear expecting that this is going to happen. When that's going to happen is really the question.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect example, right? We're going to need receipts. Just like, somebody texting you and you would say, hey, actually this did happen, I need that receipt. this is what we're going to need to do for our industry, right? It's not enough to just make some wild carbon claims about a carbon-free hospital or a carbon-free data center. We're going to need to report that to the legislator, which is really important, and I think is really going to change the game for us. You know, I think we all kind of are familiar with EUI, right? You work with projects. You can kind of, you know, if you're an expert in your industry, you know whether an EUI is going to be 40 or 150 for a lab or something, right? But right now, a lot of people are bandying about embodied carbon numbers, and no one knows what you know, what's 5,000 metric tons of carbon compared to 50,000. You know, it's a couple of trees, a couple of McDonald's hamburgers, who knows, right? So I think this is going to be a big lift for our industry, that not only are you going to be talking about this, but you're going to be able to compare results. You're going to be able to see, you know, which manufacturers are better than others, what building portfolios are cleaner than others. And I think, Seth, you know, with your work around decarbonization, are you already seeing the path of companies asking for decarbonization on the uptick? Is this on folks' radar? What does it start to look like, you know, in your world?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think, you know, building on what Megumi said, I think, you know, I'm seeing owners from that side as a, you know, consultant who's helping to see the design of these buildings happen, taking the individual project level, but then rolling that up into a higher level, and what's going on across the company, right? Because these are, in the California case, these are company-wide disclosures. And so absolutely, I see that is, it's creating a little bit of an OMG moment of like, holy cow, we have to first take account of all of this, and then we don't necessarily have to show by law, we don't have to show changes, but, you know, maybe we want to be doing something here, or at least not look like we're the ones who are standing behind and not taking action, right? And in California, I think in particular, I see that there is a lot of interest in what should I be paying attention to, and what should we be doing moving forward? And I think a few, Megumi just touched on it, and you touched on it as well, is like, it's this major lift for the industry, but it's happening so fast. And like, we're designing the projects right now that are going to be built in 2026 and 2027, that, you know, when these things kick in. So it's this major lift, but it all is kind of like needing to be figured out, and then these decisions have these implications, and so there is a lot of interest in trying to figure it out. And I would then kind of taking the other side of that coin of like, beyond the interest, what does that mean? Is that there's a lot of unknowns right now, right? And even on the scope 1 and 2 side, just measuring it and disclosing it is for some an unknown. And certainly on the scope 3 side, it's like, you know, the Wild West of trying to understand what are all the rules for reporting, what is my baseline, what is a good, like you said, what is a good number to have, what is a good percentage to show, what is realistic to get to. And so anywhere where there's opportunities to like have a little bit of certainty, have some data out there, and have some reporting, and I know what the products that I'm specifying are and that are going in, you know, into this building. And hey, we know that facades and building enclosures in general are a big part of the embodied carbon story, right? And so knowing that information up front, as Heidi said, sometimes it can be a little bit outside of the direct hands, like as the designer, you're not manufacturing the product, but you can specify the product. And so if you have products that you know the information about, and you can have some trust that you know there is information available also, if I have some follow-up questions, or I want to see how this works, that allays some uncertainty. And that's an area where you can just kind of start to focus those efforts. If I have to be looking all over, I want to pick the place where I think I really can actually start to make some impact. And I see facades as big time being a part of that.
If I may adjust, you know, I think we have this uncertainty too, but we have a little bit of like toes already on the ground. Like on operations side, right? We have Architecture 2030 that is pushing us to have a predicted EUI for the operation carbon. We've been reporting so years and years, so we know how. For embodied carbon too. We're going to have, coming up in the July 1st, we have the Cal Green embodied carbon reduction measure, which is only for non-residential at this moment, but I'm sure the scope will be expanding. It's only for 100,000 square feet project. So that's maybe a limited portion of it, but it's out there. It's for new construction would be 10% reduction. The bill doesn't enforce us to reduce, but this Cal Green, it's going to be game changer to reduce the 10% reduction in the building envelope, foundation, major structure. So, we are thinking about concrete, steel, those embodied carbon we really need to tackle. So I think it's coming from code side, client side. It's sort of a push, but also important to have that verification. We won't be able to value engineer during the construction phase to change the concrete mix, right? I think those are the important things to follow through.
Yeah, I think that's such a good, the last point is like how many people have wanted to do an amazing sustainable project and and they know in their heart it's going to be such a boon for human health, it's going to be better for the planet, it's going to be this amazing PR story for a project, it's going to be this legacy building, and then the cost comes and it gets wiped. And you're like, shit. And this is the chance where maybe that happens less because we've got well-informed clients and customers who know that this isn't just, it's not just about sticks and the regulatory, although those are important, but it's about these opportunities, and I think Heidi, I'd love to hear kind of, you've got a lot of exposure to the C-suite, for a long time, maybe the world of, facade elements, building portfolios weren't at that high level, but it's starting to sink in through these bills. And, what are some insights that you can share with us of how folks are thinking about risk, but also the opportunities of these bills?
Absolutely. And just to piggyback on the previous comments too, I think for so many of you in the room here, those environmental product declarations are so key. So please, if you're a supplier, manufacturer, work on getting those in place for your companies. And if you're a specifier, put that in the specs that you require a certain amount of EPDs. We really need those pieces of information. And we need to show, the supply chain that we require a decarbonized supply chain. And if they're not seeing those signals from all of us in the room, they're not going to do it. So please, I think that's so important. But yeah, I think, thinking about risks and opportunities, it's definitely both. And, I'm always with my rose-colored glasses and focused on the opportunities. But, for some people, the risk conversation will just resonate more with them based on their role in their company. So I think whoever you're talking to, always framing things to help them meet their objectives and what they're trying to do in their project or in their role is really important. And I'm sure you've all experienced too a spectrum of clients and partners that you've worked with, of those that are really leading and those that are going to be the laggards, right? So you just have to use different techniques when you're talking to different audiences. But I think taking a really proactive and a really methodical and structured approach to all of this will be really fruitful for you, right? It will make you more resilient to the risks. Kathleen, you mentioned a bunch of the risks earlier, right? Pandemics, floods, wildfires, increased heat, disruptions to the grid. It's a long list. So if you can see, identify what those risks are, study them, analyze them, you'll be much better set up to capture opportunities. There's some great tools out there. One tool that I've worked with is called Jupiter. You can use that when you're even acquiring land, and it helps you understand what the climate-related risks are of your property. So right out of the gate with your design team, you can say, okay, there's a flood risk here. So let's think about that first floor elevation and raise it up. Let's think about where we're putting that MEP equipment and make sure that it's safe so that the building continues to operate even if we have a flooding event, right? So there's some great tools out there to help you make really important decisions. And again, just being going to panels like this and knowing about the upcoming regulations and helping advise your clients based on what's coming, right? I mean, electrification, I'm sure you've heard, and it's becoming more and more important. And it's, you know, some of this stuff has happened very slowly, like molasses, and some things, like the embodied carbon legislation, happened fast. You know, thanks to a lot of advocacy work by amazing nonprofits, and I know some of you in the room and up here on the stage. So just so many opportunities, but you know, you want to set your clients up for success. They almost always have customers of their own too, so understanding who are their customers, what are their goals. I think, you know, if you ever get to that point where you're hearing that cost, it's, you know, sustainability costs more, don't, you know, work around that, figure out how you can align with your clients' customers and show your client, actually though, this is what your customers want, and if they're not asking for it today, they are going to be asking for it tomorrow. Or, you know, go all electric now so that you don't have to do an expensive retrofit in just a few years when the codes do come. So, you know, you all are being brought on by your clients to give them really good sound advice, and you know, you've got a lot of power, so use that and really advocate for everything that we're talking about. And I think too, another possible strategy you could use is look at cost and carbon alongside each other. You will find some low-hanging fruit. So I think when you just ask the questions, use those great tools out there. Some of those tools are free to use, and I'm sure you all are using a lot of tools already, but it's just pretty exciting time right now. So
Yeah, I agree. And I think, you know, it's almost like strange bedfellows. Companies that you wouldn't have thought would care about climate, they're seeing the opportunities. I know I was working for a company that provided, you know, cloud sharing, and they realized, wow, this could be a reputation and market opportunity for us to show that we've already thought about climate risk way more than our competitors, and we need our data centers to have the types of facades that can withstand hurricane force winds in areas that didn't have to before, or extreme heat, and they don't lose, you know, that level of service. So it's not just a nice moral thing to have anymore. It is intrinsic to companies' business strategy, and if you can talk about that, you know, whether you're a facade design intern all the way to the C-suite, the better you are equipped to navigate, you know, this very volatile period. And, you know, something else that's surprising is that on Scope 3, successful companies are still building. They've got crazy growth. They're building out all across the globe. And that means that their CapEx process, right, how much they're building, that's their Scope 3. They got a handle on that. So, you know, Megumi, I think when we think about Scope 3 and embodied carbon, how are you leading the charge in your work, and how are you also connecting it to the next sustainability trends like circularity?
Yes, I mean, this bill helped us to really focus really on the Scope 3, and for us, your question was the embodied carbon. As you know, the embodied carbon is part of the the greenhouse gas emissions in upfront, right? It's extraction, production, manufacturing, and the transportation. So by the time building is built, it's already embedded to the building. So in terms of how we can push this pressure on based on these bills that we have, I think we can help the clients to build the database that we have. Once you have typology, the areas, building types, these information for embodied carbon will be a database building that will be able to, you know, sufficiently advise the client, and that's definitely a plus to keep these pressures on. The other thing is keep records. I'm thinking, you know, when you start the building, you have a schematic design, goal setting workshop. These aspiring goals are there to discuss, and that needs to be documented to the you know, specs and drawing set. But then team might change. You know, all this record needs to be kept. The EPD that we, you know, research, that needs to be documented to the spec and carry through and enforce them in a CA phase. And those record is going to be really important by the time the client comes back to you architects, contractor, we need to report, can you give me the documents? I think we will be able to serve better if we have those documentation in record and be able to provide that as a part of, service. Or it probably need to be included as a contract when you sign, these bills, we need to be aware it's coming up in a few years. That's part of the, project management that we need to make sure that's included. The other thing is, I think the guideline, like for example, the campus higher ed, we just saw recently too. I think the companies started to have an inventory of asset, right? So I think they started to have a control of how much of the embodied carbon or operation carbon that they need to maintain in order to have this next year's reporting. So I think architects or the integrated practice can help the client to have a guideline set forth. And probably that's going to be your RFP requirements. We will be, the client may not be pushing for, let's say, this is just a report, so you don't have to have the reduction, but then embodied carbon 10%. Maybe the competition to reduce furthermore with a more innovative methodology. I think that's going to be part of sort of a competition and in a proposal phase, how much of those embodied carbon and operation carbon can be the forefront of the design process. And maybe the innovation too, right? So I think embodied carbon, we started to see a lot of innovation, and that we saw some of them in the whole there. Biogenic carbons, any other method to reduce. Limestone cement is another one. I think it's been out there, but we lack action to implement, and those are the things that I think the bill is going to drive us to really put the pressure onto the industry.
I don't know if you guys have been tracking, but I think that point might be too. If you guys have seen Miguel Santiago, he's an assembly member here in Los Angeles, is pushing the new adaptive reuse ordinance that made downtown LA such a success in 1999. They're looking to pass that and a change to the Mills Act this year for all the state of California to really start pushing the office to residential conversion. That is money on the table, folks, right? Being aware of how these sustainability requirements and legislation is going to play out in your business. Do you want to be left behind, or do you want to be thinking about it? And I think on the design side, things like BIM kickoffs, we're going to start to see this stuff show up there. So all the unsexy stuff that people are, the BIM nerds out there, they're going to be in on this stuff. So I think it's going to come for us in so many different ways. And it's going to show up too in the innovation, right? Everyone talks about digital twin, whatever that means. This is where circularity and getting the receipts, you're going to start to see real applications of digital twins. So that's my forecast, is a lot of the new emerging ideas that you're going to see at conferences internally and externally, you're going to start to see a major climate risk and carbon bent to it. That's not just a lot of greenwashing. And, I think Seth, as someone who is a true fighter of greenwash, right? I'd love to hear, how you think about the facade elements. And it's a complicated thing. What you guys all do, what we all do is complicated, and facade is no joke. Yeah. And through your work thinking about operational carbon, decarbonization, embodied carbon, how are you bringing this all together with facade elements? How do you kind of see that role play out?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I don't have to tell this room that facades play such an interesting role in this carbon conversation, because we've spent so much of this conversation talking about the Scope 3 embodied carbon that are in facades. And of course, that's a major element, but coming from an engineering background, my first instinct is to think about how that's going to impact the loads on my building, right? And how I need to size my equipment because of that, and drive ultimately Scope 1 and 2 emissions that are coming from my building. And so there are really so many factors so many aspects where carbon factors into the equation. And when we're thinking about it at this company scale, which these California bills are at, you know, it's like thinking about, okay, how can we decarbonize as a company, as a portfolio owner, or, you know, whatever it is that our line of work is, that we have these facades that are playing a role, and we think in these like big pictures over time, right? We talked about interim goals in 2030 and trying to hit goals in 2040, and maybe you've got projects here and you've got projects overseas, and so the analytics become really important. And having some ability to kind of take as close to an apples-to-apples comparison as possible. And so in terms of the Scope 3 side of things, we look at whole building life cycle assessment. And even though that's, you know, typically on an individual project level, where possible, we're really, and this is something that has very much evolved over the last, I'm just going to say 5 years or so, where we're really pushing to do whole building life cycle assessment wherever possible, and really trying to make that part of how we deliver a project, but doing that across the board, right? So that we have some level of consistency and information for the clients that we work for, so that they have that available to them. And I'm hopeful, and talking to friends in the industry, you know, I think that is a trend in general. We've talked extensively up here about just information and having data available to us, and the more that we can kind of coalesce around, you know, a whole building life cycle assessment, which has X, Y, and Z components, are, you know, there's different tools to get there, and they're going to have their differences. We're not necessarily picking products per se, but you know, just this concept that we actually need to be thinking about this, and this is early on in the process, so that we can make our selections. And of course, we've been doing this on the operational side, thinking about energy modeling, but you know, specifically thinking about facades and how you know, how these passive systems, possibly active systems, are you know, really driving that discussion. So it's like these early on design conversations are having these long-term impacts about disclosing emissions 20 years down the line, right? And so I think it's just doing those analytics, getting in early, and kind of having some collective will that this is a lens that we need to look at our design through. We need to think about carbon as we're designing. And again, coming from the operational side, I used to be the one shouting in the room, hey, we need to think about energy. We need to think about energy. And I still do think about that. But it's kind of about like, well, what is the applied end of that energy, right? And that's where it then starts to come together. Well, our materials are part of that exact same conversation, right? This is not, Megumi's having the conversation over here, and I'm having the conversation over here. This is all about how this is going to affect the carbon accounting, the carbon balance, you know, down the line. That's going to have to be reported. And so I see it coming together in that way, but biased through my own way that I practice it. But I think analytics is a really huge component of that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it takes a village, right? Is sort of, you know, whether it's the customer telling you what they want, or, you know, you informing them of like, hey, are you guys on the hook for this? Are you guys thinking about this before you invest $2 billion in a new campus? Like, part of it is like, are you guys on your toes reacting to a crazy environment and showing up for your clients? And are you preparing your teams? I mean, you know, embodied carbon as 10 years ago, people were just starting to talk about it, and I know there's folks in this room have carved out amazing careers for themselves. So how are we going to use this next round of climate bills and carbon inventory, regardless of what people's career paths are, to really move the needle? And I know we've got like 7 minutes, so can we do questions in the audience? I mean, I can keep asking these people some hard questions, but is there anybody who's got a hot take? Are people looking at this? Are there any contractors in the room who are already starting to feel the pressure of this? I'd love to hear before I start volunteering some folks. Hey!
All right, I got one. This is probably more in line with Zach, because you talked about energy efficiency to get to scope 1 and 2, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times when you're running across design teams designing inefficient envelopes. And that puts more of a load onto your mechanical systems. How early in your design process are you bringing in your having discussions of your MEP in conjunction with the envelope so that the two marry each other a little bit better so that you don't have a higher stress load on your mechanical system?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're spot on in describing the phenomenon, and that is taking that carbon lens, right? Why do we even need to be having this conversation, those people having this conversation? Well, that is using a carbon lens because I'm thinking about that applied end. And so I wish that I could say that every single project we're doing it, you know, in concept phase, and then we're getting in right at the beginning of SD and having these. It doesn't happen on every project. I really, really wish it did. I think it is moving in that direction. But I think it's super important to even just be kind of bringing these things up from the start. Is like, hey, how are we thinking about like carbon impacts? And maybe the particular audience you're with, that's not the angle. Carbon isn't going to be the angle. So maybe it's, hey, maybe we could save some money by downsizing our equipment a little bit. Or maybe we can get slightly higher floor to floor because, or the floor to floor is the same, but slightly lower, the ceilings don't have to be quite as low because we have smaller ducts that we need to run. You know, so finding that angle where it is, but it is super important to bring it up because you're right that those folks either may not otherwise be chatting, or it's kind of so far down the line where it's like, hey, we've already picked all of our equipment, we've already kind of sized everything, and so, yeah, we can make some adjustments and tweak here and there and, you know, find a little, but you're not making wholesale changes. So, yeah, as early as possible and as often as possible, but also sometimes it does take a little bit of creativity, because if you're talking to me, I'm going to have that carbon conversation with you all day long, but it's not always me who's having that conversation.
Go ahead. Can I just run? I think it really also like having everyone in the conversation at the beginning, the kickoff meeting. It's so important to have this goal setting workshop or the visioning session with all stakeholders, right? I think with these bills, I think that having clients and contractor in the same room so that we can set a grid of structural grid that will be light structure, and that way it's the less resource extraction and less cost. I think those are the conversations that should be happening at the very beginning, like what Seth said, but we can't just design in a silo, especially with these sort of a pressure coming from all sides, and be able to, like, you know, we have to take that sort of initiative with all stakeholders.
And I think on like the climate risk side, you know, like the UC system is building a bonanza of dorms. They are immediately asking, how are you looking at your HVAC equipment and your facade, because they're worried about wildfires. They're worried about infectious diseases. They're worrying about it's getting really hot and we can't, you know, not put air conditioning for the 18-year-olds anymore. Like, that is a climate risk issue for them that is top of mind. You know, so I think the climate risk piece across the globe, whether you're in India or Norway, you're going to see that come up a lot. And I think, you know, the way it's going to be different, right? The different clients that we have. I know when I'm sizing Heidi up, when I want to pitch something to her as, you know, in her role as Skanska or any customer leader. What are their drivers? Put yourself in their shoes. Be a little empathetic, right? We've all got agendas we're driving, you know, they're not going to be the same for every customer. So do that extra legwork. Think about how are these bills causing them pain at night, right? And then fit that into your design. And I bet you'll be more successful in your proposals and getting the design across without having to do so many change orders. Like, we just need a little empathy, right? What are the pain points that people are going to be facing as this legislation rolls out? 2 more minutes, so I have time for another question. Come on. That's my girl.
So, my question is about LCA and how some of these higher level reporting requirements are going to affect the way we do LCA practice. Because our scope of health is structured the question.
Yeah, and to repeat that, lovely Laura is asking about how do we think about LCAs, you know, at a project level and their level of complexity, and how is that feeding up to corporate strategy as it relates to Scope 3 reporting, right? You're sort of talking about how does, like, you know, and it can be a very detailed LCA where we know exactly what's the bill of materials and how much are the quantities, and how does that impact a corporate strategy where they're reporting either to the California climate bills or to voluntary targets like the Science-Based Target Initiative. And one thing that I guess I can share on my end is that I've worked with a client where they were building out their next 20 years of hospitality growth. And they wanted to make sure that when they were doing their Scope 3 that they were hitting a target. So just like hitting EUIs, right? They had kilograms of metric carbon per square meter. And they were then saying, okay, well, our resorts in this area are going to hit this number, or integrated crazy retail is going to do it in this area. And they were using the LCA to kind of back check to make sure that they were on the targets. So that's one way I've seen the LCA and the corporate strategy kind of fitting together. You know, this is a major business decision that they're making, is how much are they building out, what's that intensity. So you can see how something in the weeds like LCA that, you know, a lot of us have come to know and love can affect, you know, the C-suite's decision making. And I know, Heidi, you probably have some.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll see more and more owners and clients requiring their teams to do the LCAs because they need that data, right? And as you know, there's so many tools out there, and it's hard to I think we'll see some consolidation, right, and some alignment of all of these tools, because if you do an LCA in one tool and then another tool, you can't compare them. So, yeah, we're like Wild West early days in all of this, but super exciting, and I think there's huge opportunities.
Yeah, and if I could just speak to that quick, I think, you know, the public policy, like the detailed rulemaking, I think some of it is still happening. And so exactly how that's going to be interpreted, I think will in some ways drive some of the industry conversation. As Heidi said, there's different tools that are looking at different things. One thing I would say for this audience is that every tool or every standard that is looking at embodied carbon that I know, or emerging one, all do include the enclosure. So there is some variation from tool to tool and what is accounted for, and exactly how it calculates it. I totally agree with you, and there's definitely some things that do need to be still sorted out. But enclosure is always part of all of them. So it is relevant, even if we don't, you know, every single detail isn't quite set yet. Everyone in this room, there is some relevance to this, and it's worth starting down that path, and maybe, you know, figuring out what works best for you and your clients, and it'll be a little bit iterative, but it's happening, even if the details are still being sorted.
Great. I think that is time, so we must let you go to lunch, but please find our illustrious panelists at lunch and talk about how great they are and ask them some hard questions. But yeah, thank you guys for your time. We really appreciate you, and go out and, you know, fight some carbon. Great.
Yes. Thank you guys so much for shining a light on this important topic. I know at HKS we have a design green group with a focus on this, and they aim to educate all of, you know, the architects about how to have that conversation with our clients. So it is lunchtime, and just remember, we can't bring food back here. So we'll see everyone in about an hour. Thank you. I stretch, but I'm not a yoga instructor, so I'll just ask everyone to take a deep breath and kind of reinvigorate and give your best attention to our next speakers. So they come to us from NBBJ. We have a design partner and firm-wide design leader, Jonathan Ward, who brings with him 3 decades of experience delivering a wide array of project types from across the globe. We also have Vincent Ip, Associate and Studio Design Computational Leader. Vincent is dedicated to pushing the limits of architectural innovation, and he stays at the forefront of design technology. Their talk today is titled Modern Transparency, Hannah Headquarters, and 2 Taiku Place. Please give a warm welcome to Jonathan and Vincent.
All right, thank you, big guy. So
we're going to talk about transparency. We have two projects we want to talk about, and I'll set each one up to say, why are we interested in big transparency? And then Vincent will talk about how we actually achieve that. So let's dive in. The first, there's one project is built, another project is being built. I should note that. So I'll go through the one that's built first, and I'll just jump ahead. So the first project is 2 Taikoo Place in Hong Kong for Swire Properties, and we work together with EOC, who's also here, as I understand, somewhere, as our facade consultant. And this is a new tower in the center of their overall campus in Quarry Bay, Hong Kong. And it's, if you know Hong Kong Central is there, Kowloon, and our project is over here. Whoa, look at that. That's cool. Oh, okay. Again, they have this all series of developments in here, and they're adding a new tower into their central campus. And the interesting story, this is part of why it has to be transparent. This is what we started with here. These 3 fairly industrial buildings were on the site, and they wanted to basically transfer air rights from this project, take this building, essentially put it on top of that, and put it on top of that, and create a park, which is pretty cool. So that's what's happened. Catherine Gustafson designed the park. There's a tower which is built number 1 there, and then number 2 is our tower. And the whole question is, how can we be a part of that park, and how can we transform the experience of someone who's leasing that building to not just be a typical building where you walk in and go up to your office. So we started thinking about those things, and then how does it also connect together the overall Swire campus, which is largely connected by a second-level bridge link throughout the campus. So this is sort of typical. The bridge, you go in, you check in, you swipe, you go up to your office, and you work, and you come back down, you leave. Or we can start making that much more porous to connect the park, connect that second level, connect the third level, connect the whole tower together in a different sort of experience. And then throughout that campus, we can create a series of moments. So our idea was to create this great room, this new building, that transforms the whole amenity experience and the public experience in a commercial office tower. And we looked at, what can happen at the base of a building. It doesn't have to be, again, the security guard, the swipe, and the go up. It's a lot of things. We introduced a whole bunch of program. We transformed the whole lower 4 or 5 floors. And then we created this big room, which we imagined was part of the park. So if it has to be part of the park, it can't have a typical glazing system with a bunch of big steel pieces and all that kind of stuff. It had to be part of the park. So we imagined it as almost invisible. So no steel columns, no glass fins, no cables that are hanging out that you bump into, and as big a glass as possible. So we went and started working with EOC, like, well, how do we achieve this? And that's what Vincent will tell you. But the goal is, how do we achieve that sort of height? It's 55 feet high and it's 10 feet wide. Sorry. And then how do you get it there? How do you build it? How does it beat the typhoon? All those sorts of things you have to think about. And then to just be able to have that sense that you're floating in the trees, and that whole room becomes part of the overall campus. And we connect it with a cloud above. And that's what Swire themselves, their business is shipping, both air and sea shipping, and also some manufacturing as well. So we thought about their air and the sea, and we create this space in between the land and the cloud. And that was the concept. And we lifted up, and we welcomed the garden and the park into that air-sea cloud experience. And we looked at also how can we shape a very simple tower with a side-loaded core facing south, main views facing north to the harbor, and more of a cone, so that the cone helps to kind of deal with the perspective and slim up the tower. I'll keep moving along. So this is a recent photograph. It's more or less finished now, but you can see the cloud that it's been developed, which changes lighting densities and colors, and then the nature of the glass. All we have is this cable embedded in between the glass panels. And we looked at lots of different options, but I'll let Vincent dive into that detail.
Thank you, Jonathan. So when we start at the concept design portions, we're thinking about different systems that we would actually use, like glass fins or self-supported curved glass. But the client was really into this idea, which EOC also proposed to us, is having detention rods embedded in between the glass. So when you can see on the right side here, the tension cable is actually flush with the glass. And each glass piece is 3 meter by 15 meter tall. So it makes us the world's tallest embedded pretension cable facade in the world. So when we were looking at the facade portions, which portions do we actually need this pretension cables? Is actually where the red circles are, where it is the tallest portions, and the shorter portions would just be held by like a top and bottom connection. So you can see from the previous slide that there were like 2 flying beams. These 2 flying beams on the top and bottom would be held onto the cast-in concrete structures that were spaces in between like 20 to 24 meters, so it's a pretty wide span. And in turns, they would hold the rods that were in the middle. That's basically the structure that would restrain the glass panels that would insert in between for the deflections. And it would just be sitting on top of the bottom steel beam. And this is a 3-dimensional view, an isometric view that you can see the flying beam portions that was constructed. On that side, you can actually see that human figure, and that flying beam was 1.5 meters tall. So it is really massive, and some portions actually weighed over 30 tons. So there were actually crane on top to hold onto the structure. And diving deeper into how this tension cable is sitting in between the top and bottom flying beam is when they were inserted in, it would be clamped between the 2 flying beams, and then on the bottom they would have a profile change from a rectangular profile to a circular profile that when you see on the side, there were all of this surface portals that they can come in and actually tighten up all of these pretension cables to provide the necessary force to hold up the glass from the deflection. Maybe some of you would start asking why were there 2 details from the single cable rod and one with a double cable rod. And then we would basically dive into the climate of Hong Kong. So we're in a typhoon region where the wind loads are really high. And with this type of pretension cable facade, the deflection of the glass is quite huge. Although we're limiting it to L60. But then on the flat side of the glass, they would tend to move together with the neighboring portions. So you can still use like a single rod system there. But on the corners, because the curved corners, they would actually have their own rigidity, the deflection would be less than the flat portions. And also the movement is towards the normal of each of the panels instead of going together. So they would kind of, you can see they would expand in between the panels. So that's why there was like a double rod system that would be holding the glass panels which transition from flat to curve, and also between the curve and curve portions. And here is how they start insulating the glass panels. And you can see that massive suction cup crane. I think there was 132 cups there that just hold this glass piece for them to install. We'll have a small video of how the glass comes up from the factory. And they were inspecting it, make sure there was no defects before they start laminating and heat treating it. This is basically the machine that heat bends the glass, and then they transport it overnight to the site and start the installation process. And now we came into the tower portions of the facade. So as we mentioned before, on the podium, we're having a 3 meter wide by 50 meter tall glass. So it was just a really inspiration decision the client made that we would go from a typical 1.5 meter modules that's like a 5 feet modules, would bump it up also to a 3 meter modules for the office space on top, so people can enjoy a more panoramic view. This view is showing the view to the north, because our core is on the side of the south side, so this whole view can be enjoyed by most of the office. And this slide, you'll see kind of already shared it, you might see it before. So on the corners of this tower, we were using a kind of forced perspective geometry, so there's a conical corner that goes wider on the top. So you kind of feels like the tower is kind of opening up to the sky. And this caused some manufacturing problems because conical glass cannot be easily manufactured through machines. So with the help of EOC, we came up with this idea that we use a cylindrical optimization of individual glass. And the maximum offset, the deviations, was actually 11 millimeter compared with our tower is 195 meter, it's around 650 something feet. So it would actually just be neglectable, and everything would be we'll be able to absorb it through the mullions joints. And the final effect is really good. And also through this exercise, we were able to reduce the number of unique panels by 60%. So it's kind of reduced the cost down and direct all the necessary fundings to where our great room is. So that is where the big bucks were spent. And on the side, we can see how the final effects of this 3 meter wide modules, when it is looking towards the harbor, and also on the south corner side that we can see the mountains. So it's like a really panoramic view compared with a typical curtain wall module. For the current status is we completed all the facade constructions, and we have also get the LEED Platinum and WELL certification of the towers. And we can also have Sky Garden. This Sky Garden is just on top of the great room itself, and another view of on the 40th floor, which is, we have a small terrace that looks over to the city view that you can go outdoors. And of course, the finished view of our great room that brings everyone not only on the rim level, but also to the ground level where all the great park is. And the final site development is going to be finished soon. So I hope at that time we can share more of the new renderings. So I'll give it back to Jonathan for the next introduction.
All right. Okay, so the second project is a headquarters for Hana Bank in Seoul, but it's actually outside of Seoul on the way to Incheon in a new city called Cheongna. So they wanted to be able to create essentially an office in the park and a very different sort of workplace experience. So this was the result, and I'll explain briefly why it ended up like that and then why the transparency is very important in this particular project. So this the idea of coming along a green path in the park, unfolding into a new kind of office. And so that we're able to think about this idea of this infinite park, as we called it. So the workplace is like a playground, and it was very important that their customers and their employees could mix together throughout the building somehow. So that was where we started with. And the idea that the importance of nature in terms of brain optimization in the workplace, in any sort of environment, became a big part of the conversation. And this idea of this, it's a financial company, so it's a financial park. And we started thinking about sort of the infinite possibilities of linking everybody together through innovation, so become the infinite park in our thoughts. So this idea that the whole building could be looped together somehow in these a series of connected parks. So that's the conceptual diagram. And you can see also here, it's pretty far out of the center of Seoul, so it's a big move for them. And they have a campus out there currently with their training center, so a big move for them to build their headquarters out there and compel their employees to come out to this new building. So it had to be a pretty spectacular building to get them out there. And this idea of them using this also as a launching pad to grow their global business was also in their minds. So thinking about that infinite loop between customers, between employees, and between their global growth. And so we started with that idea of this loop. We stacked them together and then linked them at alternate floors. So in between floors, you've got just employees, opposite floors, there's public. So the public can walk all the way through these infinite park loops to the top through a series of 3 gardens. And you can see where it lifts in the middle is a center garden. It's one at the bottom, and there's a garden at the top, all publicly accessed through those bridges that link up through the whole building. And creating a series of these sorts of experiences where you're visually connecting employees and customers, you're connecting the campus and the customers and the public through the space, and then you're opening up a very unique connection at the lobby to the customers and to the employees. And so we go up this journey, this discovery journey up the ramp, and we look at how it's organized in terms of these 3 parks, so stacked on the parks, and all the offices are in the middle, and then we really loop it together with the ribbon ramp at that point. And that's also bringing the overall campus through the building, so we're able to connect it to a larger landscape move that ties this to a larger park on the ground plane. And you can see there how the skip stops are working, so that the public has access to these red points where these bend points are, but then the employees are coming out into the same space that's created, and they're interacting, but they're not able to, the public isn't able to go into their space because of the way the loops are working. And you get a sense of what that walking experience is going up. And the idea of the transparency is very important. So if you're the public, your connection visually to the bank workings is supposed to be open and clear. And that's the important part about getting the transparency. And in the way that the buildings, it's really 2 buildings that are connected together. The way that they're connected together also then creates this large connective atrium space in the middle. And this space is all employee space, so this is where they're bringing them all together in one large space from top to bottom throughout the whole building. And you can see, again, some more detail on those 3 parks. Each one has a different characteristic as you move up through the space, and they're linked by the infinite ribbon going through it. At the very top, at the end of the journey, you end up with this park, which has a view out over Incheon Bay and then back towards Seoul. And with that.
Thank you, Jonathan. So talking about the facade strategies, so first we have the ramps that are on the west side that would kind of help to block the sun, but also that creates an opportunity for sun to come directly straight down like a skylight to reduce the amount of glare that you would actually see. And also at the podium, we're aiming to have glass, like a large glass installation facade, so that we can kind of feel the expansion of the landscape into the building lobby. So this is basically part of the facade lobby, and this is one of the part that is more on the sunken portions that we can see the glass is about 11 meter tall, and they were kind of 2.6 meter wide, just as a scale of comparison with 2TP. At the start, the design team was aiming to have a similar idea or to achieve something like the 2TP. So you can see in this diagram, it was showing like a tension cable with a similar structure as what the 2TP got. But somehow there were 2 difficulties that make it impossible to reuse the scheme from the 2TP. The first one is because of the structural issue, is how from 2TP, all the columns would go from top to bottom. It goes all the way anchored to the ground, but vertically, straight. But in Hana Bank, the clients would like the lobby to be as open as possible, so you would have a column-free lobby space. And so you can see the columns was actually growing up from the cores to the sides, which create difficulty for you to have like 2 ring beams on the top and bottom that have like an immense tension load that exert back to the columns when they were not really coming down anywhere. And another issue would be because of the climate of Korea. Well, some of you might know that Korea is a really cold environment, so the building departments requires them to have like meet an energy code that would need the use of IGU on the facade. But the deflection that IGU can have with the air gap and the ceiling on the side is kind of minimal compared to what 2TP have, like an L60. So if this IGU actually deflects like the 2 Taikoo Place facade would be, this air gap would actually break. So it wouldn't be possible. And then we start looking into different alternatives options. One option would be like if we just split the glass, maybe like an 8-meter tall, so you won't have that much deflections. And then the second option that was actually used is we increase the number of layers of glass. So from 2 Taikoo Place, we have 4 layers of glass that's just stacked together, laminated together. This one, with the IGU, we have an 8-layer of glass. And then all of this glass would be just a glass box, a glass chunk that actually sits on top of like a deep shoe capture. That capture would be preventing it to move off plane. And then on the top, it would be a slidable pin connection. The slidable pin connection would prevent the tower structures to actually crushing or deflecting the glass, because it wouldn't, that amount of deflection wouldn't be helpful to the glass. So this is, you can see the details on the top is how the sliding pin connection is, and the bottom is that huge deep shoe connection that UOC developed with us. And then on the side, you can see that the connections between the glass compared with 2 Taikoo. 2 Taikoo, with the cap included, it would be like 90 millimeter. This one we can turn it down to 20 millimeter. So compare, it's just 4 meters shorter, but then your joint is actually 70% less than what 2 Taikoo is. So the glass would actually be much more open, even compared with the 2 Taikoo, which is already amazing. And then on the tower facade portions, we're using a vertical glass fins, also as a shading element, together with the horizontal vents that we're having a wood printed metal panel that wraps around together with the ramps to create that movement that you can feel. And also you can see how the glass vertical glass captures is hidden behind that horizontal wooden shading structure. And now we would like to end it with our lobby shot, our upper lobby shot, so you can basically see this lobby is what we described without all the columns coming down, and also with a very transparent glass facade, lobby facade that allows you to blur the boundaries and bring all the natures back into the lobby. And that would be...
That's it?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys both so much. The Hannah headquarters project is incredible. Congratulations. Is it under construction right now? Awesome. Okay. It's going to be incredible when it's done. You know, a lot of firms sort of talk the talk about the future of work and the new post-pandemic office, but I think what you're doing with that project is actually walking the talk and, you know, really uniting nature with the workplace. So really great job, and also awesome to see the technology involved.
Hi, my name is Irene Martin, and I lead the... For those of you who are not familiar with Arab,
We're having a technical difficulty. I think we can stop that, whoever's in control behind the scenes. So I guess I think I'm kind of done with that statement, other than thank you very much for sharing with us. So we'll move to our next speaker of the day. We have with us Mitch Albarran, facade engineer for Arup's America West region, who focuses primarily on system detailing, carbon emissions reductions, and a circular economy. He's going to talk to us about salvaging California's junk wood for mass timber affordable housing. So it should be really interesting. So please welcome Mitch Albarran.
Hi, good afternoon, y'all. My name is Mitch Albarran, and I'm a facade engineer here with Arup in Los Angeles. And I'm also, this presentation was intended to be a dual presentation with my colleague, but her son unfortunately came down with COVID, so she had sent in some recordings, and so I'll play her part first, and then I can jump in with my next section. But I'll start it off.
Hi, my name is Irene Martin, and I lead the facades team at Arup here in the Americas West. I'm really sorry I cannot be there in person today, as my son just tested positive for COVID this morning. I'm joined by my colleague Mitch Albarran, who's a facade engineer here in LA as well. Today we will be presenting on our work with Fabric Workshop, looking at using underutilized wood for a mass timber facade panel design. For those of you who are not familiar with Arup, we are a global employee-owned engineering and consulting firm with over 18,000 staff members across 140 countries. You'll likely recognize quite a few of our most iconic projects from the past 78 years. In 1946, Ove Arup founded our firm in London. Ove was a structural engineer and philosopher, and his philosophy of total architecture or holistic design is still the driving force behind our work. In 2002, we completed the UK's first large-scale zero-carbon development called BEDZ, or Beddington Zero Energy Development. In 2010 and 2014, we worked on a couple of reclad projects where we implemented circular economy principles and whole-life carbon assessments, respectively. In 2021, Arup announced at COP26 our commitment to assessing whole-life carbon for all building projects. Now, to give you an introduction to our client and collaborator, Fabric Workshop, they are the first company to build a mass timber manufacturing facility in California, and the services that they offer are mass timber material manufacturing, mass timber project services, supply chain tracing and life cycle assessments, and prefabricated building solutions. Now we'll dive into some project background and high-level concepts. As many of you will know, mass timber is a very hot topic right now, and that's mainly because mass timber can be used to sequester carbon within our buildings. However, I wanted to point out that there are many other benefits to mass timber that hit the triple bottom line of sustainability, which are people, planet, and prosperity. For example, using mass timber can contribute to biophilic design. It supports the rural workforce. It can be used to achieve climate commitments, enables sustainable forestry, minimizes material usage. For example, the structure can be the finish. It speeds up construction, and it ticks many boxes for policy requirements, and there are many opportunities such as incentives that can be taken advantage of. However, I did want to also point out that mass timber should not be seen as a panacea, and there are certain caveats that we should be mindful of. For example, we need to be responsible in terms of our resource consumption. If the demand for mass timber far exceeds the supply, we shouldn't just be cutting down more forests just to meet the demand for mass timber. We need to understand what happens at the end of our building's life cycle. For example, does the mass timber just end up being landfilled or burnt or incinerated, which means that the carbon that has been sequestered just ends up being released back into the atmosphere, but just at a later stage. And then understanding the scale of construction, which ties in with code implications. For buildings above a certain height, there are much more stringent fire regulations, which potentially means that we need to be adding, fire retardants to the mass timber, which can be quite toxic. Switching gears to talk about California forests specifically, the U.S. Forest Service approximates that over 15 million acres of California forests require thinning in order to keep them healthy and wildfire resistant. This means there's a huge potential for forest thinning to supply mass timber in a sustainable way. Unfortunately, the approach that has been taken thus far on this underutilized wood is that it's being sent more than 5,000 miles across the Pacific Ocean to be burnt as biofuel in Japan. So this is where Fabric Workshop have stepped in to find a better way to use this so-called junk wood from California forest thinning projects. Fabric Workshop have been awarded a CAL FIRE grant to develop a mass timber kit of parts for construction types 3B and 5B. The intent is to create residential infill and shelters for the unhoused using this junk wood. There's also a potential to create a kit of parts that can be disassembled and reassembled to keep the biogenic carbon sequestered for longer. So not only does the Fabric project address the triple bottom line that most mass timber projects address to begin with, there's also an added layer of benefit from the wildfire risk that is mitigated because we are utilizing this junk wood. So let's dive into the facade panel design in more detail. Arup developed the basis of a prefabricated timber facade panel to meet the International Building Code for exterior walls up to 40 feet in height, while maximizing the use of locally available timber and manufacturing processes. Our initial thinking is based on how to achieve the following aims: maximum use of the available timber species with minimal use of non-timber components, allowing for flexibility of the opaque and fenestration elements by designing a kit of parts, allowing a high standard of insulation, airtightness, and energy performance requirements, and being flexible enough to adapt to different California climates. As shown on this slide, California has 16 different climate zones. So designing our facade panel to accommodate all of these different potential climates is really a driving factor in our design considerations. So we've designed the facade panel to be flexible enough so that you can adjust the level of insulation and move the weather-resistive layers around to accommodate the climate-specific needs.
And now that Irene has provided an overview of Fabric Workshop, the design concept drivers, as well as the benefits and caveats of using mass timber in the AEC industry, I want to walk you through the facade design concept that we have developed in collaboration with Fabric, as well as our internal fire and acoustic experts. And overall, and just I want to preface this, that this is still a conceptual and theoretical design that we have yet to start manufacturing and testing of. And so not all the details have been vetted through, but we wanted to share kind of the current state of this progress with y'all to show how we're planning to use this underutilized wood within the California landscape. And so overall, the facade frame is built upon a timber frame that consists of GLT and CLT framing members, with a CLT sheathing layer as well. And this acts as the primary structural for the facade system and will ultimately be responsible for tying back or transferring the dead loads and lateral loads back to the primary structure. And in terms of the thermal performance, we are planning to integrate timber bat insulation within the cavity and timber board insulation as our exterior continuous insulation that will be affixed to the exterior CLT sheathing via thermally broken fasteners. And in terms of where these mass timber products would come from, ideally both the GLT, CLT, as well as the timber insulation products will come from underutilized elements that we are harvesting from the California landscape. And in terms of the GLT and CLT framing members, those products go through an intense amount of manufacturing, and so they do not require high quality timber products to deliver the end goal. So ideally we can use scraps and unwanted pieces of wood to develop those engineered products. Whereas for our timber insulation, we have identified a material called timber scrub, which is a common material in forests that exacerbate the wildfire, can increase its size and thus increase the overall emissions that the wildfire would release through burning all this bio-based materials that has biogenic carbon sequestered within it. And so ideally, Fabric will develop a manufacturing process that can post-process this timber scrub material into a timber fiber that can then be integrated into timber bat insulation or timber board insulation, thus maximizing the use of underutilized wood within our facade concept. But for the time being, there are manufacturers around the states and across the seas that produce these timber insulation products that we'll use in the interim. And then in terms of step 4 and 5, this is how we achieve our weather-tight assembly. And overall, it is just a weather-resistant barrier that would be installed over the insulation and then tied to the GLT and CLT framing members. And then a simple off-the-shelf window can be installed into the punched opening and tied into the weather-resistant barrier. And ultimately, Fabric is aiming to target affordable housing and possibly housing for the unhomed with this facade module as their initial scope of work. And so that is why it is not, say, a very extensive and complicated design. We wanted to keep the simplicity, but also ensure that this unit can be adaptable for the various climates within California and also be mobilized quickly if needed for an affordable housing or housing the unhomed. And what's not shown here yet is the exterior cladding and interior cavity insulation, but I wanted to add a few slides specific to those because on our external cladding, we've taken principles from conventional rain screen cladding by integrating a ventilated space between our weather-resistant barrier and our exterior cladding, and this will ensure that no water or moisture buildups develop within the facade system that could lead to the deterioration or rotting of the timber-based components over time. And additionally, just based on timber's inherent properties, it is a very versatile material. And so there's many different cladding options that could be achieved. Just shown here is on the left-hand side, we have tongue and groove. And then on the right, we have board on board, one expressing horizontality and the other expressing verticality. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we could work with the architect to deliver the aesthetic that they desire for their project. And in terms of sourcing materials and maximizing the use of timber, as I was saying for the GLT and CLT members, those would be sourced from underutilized and scrap wood elements. But this timber cladding element could then use the higher quality timber products that are sourced from these wildfire prone regions, as we want clean aesthetics, optimal dimensional stability, and lack of, say, defects and knots within the wooden elements. And then likewise on the interior, we're also integrating a cavity, not based on the rain screen principles, but this is intended to serve as a raceway that we can cable our mechanical and electrical services within our building and conceal it from the resident. And in terms of the varying climates within California, as we know, in some instances, a vapor control layer is required and will typically be installed inboard of the insulation. And so having this cavity here as well also provides a protective space to ensure that the vapor control layer does not get penetrated by, say, a resident hanging a picture on the wall with a nail. And now that we have the overall facade module developed and defined, I want to start to discuss how it's attached back to the primary structure and how the building envelope control layers achieve continuity between adjacent units. And so ultimately, as Irene mentioned earlier in the presentation, Fabric is aiming to deliver a kit-apart solution, which will include prefabricated floor cassettes as well as glue lamp columns in addition to this facade module. So these all three components are intended to work in harmony. And so ideally, this facade module would be directly dead loaded and laterally restrained via these steel brackets that are directly fastened into the glue lamp columns. And rather than a traditional unitized curtain wall approach where you're hanging from the head condition and laterally restraining at the stack joint, we have proposed to dead load the unit on the brackets at the sill corners and laterally restrain the unit at the head corner conditions, while also providing a lateral restraint mid-span, top and bottom, to help reduce the anticipated stresses and deflections on the unit. And in terms of achieving the building envelope control layer continuity, we have proposed to use an expansion tape, which is a open cell polyurethane foam that has a acrylic polymer integrated into it, which helps provide water repellency and fire retardation. And with this product that we have selected, it can handle air tightness up to 600 pascals. And during our initial due diligence of investigating similar designs, we were looking at typical timber curtain walling industry, which utilizes a hybrid approach of aluminum extrusions and engineered timber products and a gasketed system. And ideally, later on, we hope to integrate a similar gasketed approach into our concept design, as will greatly help not only in terms of our installation speed, but also our demountability, thus extending the potential service life of these units and delaying the release of the sequestered carbon within the system. And in terms of overall layout, as I mentioned before, this facade unit is intended to work in harmony with the prefabricated floor system as well as the glue lamp columns. Thus, the overall width and height of these units will be roughly defined by the floor-to-floor height and the structural grid alignment. And currently, for our basis of design scope, we're looking at a module width of approximately 20 feet with a height of about 10.5 feet. And in terms of interstory movements and differential movements, we're planning to accommodate that via vertical and horizontal movement joints that can take into account typical building movements, seismic movements, as well as temperature and moisture-induced expansion and contraction of the timber-based components. And an additional part of our scope of work for Fabric Workshop was to deliver a preliminary carbon assessment of this facade module and compare it to a relative benchmark that would be comparable for Type 3B and Type 5B constructions. And given the level of development of this facade system and the lack of emission data specific to fabric-developed components, we've restrained this analysis to only include A1 through A3, as well as the biogenic sequestration. And given the lack of data, we were using global warming potential values provided in environmental product declarations from the American Wood Council, which captures a North American average GWP factors for timber-based components here in North America. And so on the right-hand side, you can see the assessed modules. And we made sure to compare apples to apples, and so they have equivalent overall thermal performance and equivalent surface area. And just one disclaimer, the window system was excluded from the analysis because we assumed that the same off-the-shelf system would be integrated into both, so we just assessed an overall opaque surface. And then just to walk you through our selected baseline module that we agreed upon with Fabric Workshop, it just includes a typical 2x6 stud wall insulated with fiberglass batt insulation and a continuous foam insulation layer with then conventional interior and exterior cladding. And then in terms of the analysis and results, on the left-hand side here, we have the A1 through A3 emissions, biogenic carbon sequestered, as well as the net carbon values shown. And those values are based on a module. And on the right-hand side, we have the A1 through A3 emissions normalized per meter squared of the facade. And overall, when we look at the A1 through A3 emissions associated of the baseline model and the fabric module, we can see that the fabric module has a savings of approximately 25 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per one module. And that can be directly attributed to using these timber-based components rather than their artificial components, which typically will have a higher associated global warming potential. And then looking at specifically just the biogenic carbon sequestration, which is shown in the darker green value and a negative, we see that fabric module greatly outweighs the baseline module, and that can be very clearly correlated to the heavy use of timber in our overall facade design, whereas the baseline module only has a bio-based material for the typical stud construction. And overall, when we look at these two values together, we can determine a net carbon value. And so here on the baseline module, you can see we're at a net carbon of about between 0 and 20 kilograms of CO2 equivalent. And then for the fabric module, we're looking at approximately negative 475 kilograms of CO2 equivalent. But one thing I do want to point out is that when we're looking at biogenic carbon sequestered, we must keep in the back of our mind that all of these emissions will be re-emitted into the atmosphere at the system's end of life. And that can be through natural decomposition in a landfill or through combustion if these timber products were burned. And this has further motivated us to extend the service life of our facade unit by incorporating demountability and design for disassembly principles in our future scopes of work. In addition to this study, we hope to extrapolate it even further to understand the carbon emissions that we have saved by removing this scrap wood from wildfire-prone regions where this scrap wood can act as fuel and greatly exacerbate the size, severity, and emissions associated with a wildfire. And we're currently working with our carbon and timber experts to determine an appropriate calculation methodology so we can quantify those savings. And once we get those results, it will even further stratify the baseline and fabric module in fabric's favor. And with that, I just want to end on an overall general note, as in we only have one Earth and it has a limited material bank, and we have a bounded target for our global average temperature exceedance of 1.5 degrees Celsius. So I just want to let you all know that we need to be careful in designing our systems and ensure they maximize their lifespans and are conscious of how much carbon they spend. And there were a lot of other hands in Arab, so I just want to give thanks to all those who have had their help and contribution along the way. And it's not just me solely on this project, so there are many other hands. So thank you all, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mitch, and thank you, Irene. I'm sorry she couldn't be here today. It's really unique to hear about affordable housing that's, you know, not only working to fill the missing housing component in our state, but also mitigating wildfire, which is unfortunately more and more prevalent. So very cool, and that facade mock-up and kit of parts is promising. Have you done a mock-up yet? I'm just curious. Okay, coming. Okay.
We have a testing regime that's planned as well, but we just haven't gotten into manufacturing yet. So hopefully soon.
Awesome. Looking forward to hearing more about that.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So next, we're going to hear from an internationally acclaimed architect who is considered a pioneer in the field of sustainable design. Just 2 years ago, he received the National AIA Gold Medal, and his firm's work has received over 200 major design awards. His talk today is titled High Effect from Low Tech, Doing More with Less. Everybody, please help me welcome Principal at Brooks and Scarpa, Lawrence Scarpa.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We just have a short time, so I'm gonna focus on one thing. One of the oldest building materials in the world, going back to 7,000 BC. So what we tend to do is, I like coming here to learn about new technology and see things, but I think mostly in North America, we try to jam as much technology as we can in as little space as possible. You know, if we could get it down to 1/4 of an inch, that would be great. So I tend to try and look at things a little bit differently, to do them maybe with less technology, but to get the most effect of design using maybe techniques or technologies that are simpler in a way. And that's what I'm going to kind of talk to you about today through brick. So this is a house we finished recently in Chicago area. My client had saw a home we did out of steel, wanted a steel house, which I thought was a bit ironic. It took me a while to convince him to do a brick house, but we did. This is it here. It's a kind of courtyard house, simple house, small house. but I really wanted to do brick, but I wanted to kind of look at it in a little bit different way. So in this case, the brick is kind of there, but not there. You know, typically what people would do is, this is a typical building in Chicago, where all the nice brick, the good brick, gets put on the front of the building and all the bad brick goes on the side. They call it Chicago Common. And I wanted to use that brick on the side, the ugly stuff, and show how you can actually make really what the ugly brick is quite beautiful. And so, you know, what we did was we had this idea of making something that was traditionally heavy, both heavy and light. So we drew every single brick on the building, and we showed this is actually a rotation of how we dealt with the brick. And of course, when contractors see these things, these drawings, they scratch their head and they go, this is going to be really expensive. And, you know, so we come armed and prepared to dispel that myth. And so we make drawings of like how to do it, right? So when they start scratching their head and go expensive, we go, what about this? And then we show them, you know, it's just simple columns. You stack the bricks straight up. They have a rotation, logic, and so forth. And they go, oh, that's really easy. And they go, why don't we do this? You know, then they want to be the designer. So we go, just stick with the plan. So here it is, very simple, are these self-supporting gravity load of columns that rotate. We have the steel is simply the lateral support. That's all it does. There were a lot of options we had, like threading rods through the brick, but we just went with a simple steel to support it. So you get this kind of beautiful facade. What you start to see here emerging is what happens is the light is really doing the work. So the light not only lights the front of the facade, but the light comes through from behind. So you get this interesting quality of light that produces these patterns that are kind of magical, and they seem to have puzzled the residents of the neighborhood. So the owner has told me that people drive by this house and then they just stop their car in front of it, and then they back up, and then they go forward, and they think they're getting tricked or something, like they can see through it, but they can't. So I want to just show you a quick video.
You're not really sure when you look at the front of the house that it's actually a house, because there's nothing house-like about that front wall.
That's our client.
It's beautiful, it's geometric, but it's not traditionally residential.
The building, you're able to see through it at points, but as you move, it will literally close up.
I'm trying to think how best to express it.
In some ways, it's like cloaked or not there. So it's there and it's not there.
People are stopped in their tracks just looking at the brick screen. They find it so interesting and unique.
I guess it's mysterious. People, when they drive down the street, they sort of do a little double take because they can't see through it, and then they can. And so they stop their car and they look, and then they back up and they pull forward and back up, and you know, like they're trying to see through the building before they take off. So, you know, what we try to do is we let other things do the work of our facade rather than making the facade so hard to do the work. And I think there's a lot you can do when you kind of, you know, maybe you treat things a bit more in a passive way or a more simple way than relying on the technology to kind of solve your problems. Another project we're close to finished construction with now in Chengdu, China. This is a small hotel. It's also made of brick. And we had a similar idea because it's a little bit compact urban area. Some of the rooms are adjacent to other buildings, and we created these screens in the facade, the brick, that you also can provide some privacy but get the light through, and also views. This is it now under construction. It's a little further along than that. And here you can kind of see the overall. This is a bit more complicated because it's got compound curves and it also slopes. So, you know, I know architects can appreciate this because every floor of the hotel, once you make one change, it changes every room. So but it gives you kind of a nice effect of how you do it when the rooms stack up through here, just kind of showing you some of these plans. And then the section, so you can kind of see they're one room deep, but the light goes through, the breezes go all the way through it. And then here's the slice where you can actually walk right through the building. Here's a few more details of that showing how that screen occurs. So this one starts to tell you how to do this. And we kicked around. It's kind of interesting now in China, you know, there used to be a time where we needed to bring all of our engineers to do the work because they didn't know how to do things, but they've gotten quite technically savvy. And so we worked with a lot of local engineers and fabricators to kind of help develop the system. You know, one thing we try to do is understand the local culture and technology and not try to import something that's difficult for them to do. So, you know, we went through the whole building skin to analyze in a similar way we did on the previous house, the angles, the slopes, and what the kind of parameters of the work were for, how to do that. This is showing you some of those pieces, and to just rationalize a lot of this geometry so it would be easy to fabricate. So these were our original drawings, and we intended to do it a lot just like we did at the house in Chicago. Simple gravity load, stack, support them. But their engineers thought we could do it better. So we went through a whole bunch of iterations of how to kind of implement the brick, and you could see some. This is just one of the schemes where every brick was self-supported on a track. This would be a groutless installation. Here, again, you can see this is another one with tabs holding every single brick. I thought, wow, that's pretty amazing, but it doesn't seem more efficient to me. This was another idea that they had to create an entire steel frame around every brick and then put the brick in the frame and rotate them. So you've got like this, the mortar joint actually becomes like a steel lattice work of the entire building. And as we move further on this and looked at more ideas of this, you know, we went through with them almost every concept in the planet to come to this. Well, in the end, we're actually doing exactly what we did in Chicago. So after 6 months of going through all these different systems, technology, high tech, we're simply gravity loading, doing it exactly the way we showed them from the first drawing we produced for them. This was another one of the idea to make bricks, hollow bricks, put a tube in them with a gasket to be able to rotate. You know, it's just kind of interesting. I thought all these things were really unique approaches to how to solve the problem that were really technology driven based on what they believed was the best for constructability. And again, I can show you hundreds of iterations of the different systems that we went through on this. And in the end, this was basically our detail. It's very conventional, you know, with the slab, brackets to hold back. You have horizontal bracing, and it's just a simple single brick wall that goes vertically. And then, to just show you, these were the drawings that we gave them more or less on day one where we started, that we returned back to at the end of the day. And then here's some of our mock-ups that we started making for that, and this is it now under construction. We have this project under construction. This is an expansion to the architecture school at the University of Florida, and I know probably a lot of you do educational work. Brick seems to be the predominant material in a lot of universities. Florida's not much different, and so we came up with this kind of concept. It's an existing building that was built in 1980. I was the first class to graduate from that building. And it was pretty much left unfinished. Last year, we put that covering over the atrium. It was always meant to have a cover, but never had it until last year. And now we're building what they're calling the collaboratory right now, which is expanding that building. And it comes off of the kind of geometry, all brick. These are all brick precast panels, so they're full height precast. So when we kind of looked at this, they want to open by their 100-year anniversary, and we looked at by the time you scaffold the building, by the time you kind of the labor to put them on, we cut about 7 months out of the construction schedule by prefabbing these as panels off the site. So they're doing foundations now, while at the same time they're building the brick panels. So the panels are mostly separate panels. They're organized, they're facing like northbound, so you can see in this particular view, there's slivers of windows between the panels when facing north, so you get nice north light in. And you can kind of look out from that. This is the bricks. They're actually, and this was surprising to me, they have decided that they're going to take full bricks and cut them into thirds, so to make them like a veneer brick. And I thought you would just cast them and as smaller dimension bricks, but they're sawing the bricks. And so for me, that was an opportunity, because they had an elaborate plan to finish or refinish the bricks to make them look like a surface of a normal cast brick. And I said, no, let's use the cut surfaces. And so we're going to basically be seeing that cut surface. But this is a mock-up of the panel. They're pretty long panels. They're they're 35, some of them 38 feet tall. It's a conventional light gauge stud frame. Everything's finished on there. They'll be trucked out and then put in place. Here they are making those panels as we speak. Again, I wish I could give you some earth-shattering detail of technology that shows something almighty and new, but this is pretty straightforward stuff. And there's, again, these are testing of the panels, and this is what you'll see at the end of the day. We do have, we've built in now some variation into the panels so that they'll stick proud, some of them, to create this more depth of panel. So when you are in the existing building looking north, this is what you'll see. It'll look a lot more like a solid building. And then when you pass by on Stadium Road, all the north surfaces are glazed so that you can you'll have a whole different kind of experience or look of the building. And then interior, when you look south or when you're looking north, you'll get all the natural light. And then looking the other way, all those panels have the north light come in that become pin-up space for the main space in the building. And that's what you'll see on Stadium Row, which is really the front entry, how you get to the football stadium. So this is kind of like a front door for the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. That was beautiful work. Really interesting to see that brick screen and how it changes throughout the day, and also just the scale shift of going from, a study of that on a house to a commercial building. All right, next up, we have a speaker with a civil engineering background who has dedicated his career to the intricacy of the design and engineering of rain screen facade systems. He is the International Business Development Manager of CrossFix EJOT, and he will speak to us about stainless steel as a material of choice for rain screen attachment systems. Please welcome to the stage Nikola Hulina.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for having me. And today I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about subframe systems and benefits that a stainless steel material has in rain screen systems. So we're gonna define what the rain screen system attachment is, its influence on a rain screen system, and then how it reacts or how it benefits in fire scenarios and thermal performance, corrosion resistance, and system longevity, and sustainability, environmental impact that it has. So just for those of you who might not have heard of us, we are a company called EOT, originally from Germany, 100-year-old company, with international presence in 45 plus subsidiaries around the world, divided into two major business units. Today we are here, we have a booth out there, promoting our subframe system, which is stainless steel, obviously. And as such, we have experience with stainless steel, and there is a reason why we've chosen stainless steel as a material for our subframe systems, which is a little bit different from standard materials which are used, like aluminum or galvanized steel. So first, just to define what a rain screen attachment system is, or what do I mean by that when I say it's standardly referred to as a subframe system. It's a non-load bearing lightweight structure that transfers external actions and forces and loads from the outside through the system, which is pretty complex at some scenarios, all the way to the load bearing structure of the building, which is external wall mostly. It should be adjustable, so it's an adjustable base for attaching your cladding elements, and it is used to create an air gap, which is the main benefit of every rain screen ventilated system. It should obviously be non-combustible, corrosion resistant, structurally and seismically stable, and since it's composed of different elements like thermostop, thermally broken brackets, different anchors, screws, and other connecting elements, and different supporting profiles, it should be connected constraint-free, allowing for thermal expansion of these materials. Standardly, it is made traditionally from wood, but today not so much. Today we turn to metals, and different markets have different takes on this, but standardly we would use aluminum or carbon steel, and as sustainability and thermal performance topics are more relevant to us worldwide, we are turning to stainless steel. So, This subframe system has a certain influence on the facade. Even though it's not visible from the outside, it really does have a huge impact on the performance of every rain screen facade. So one of the biggest influences obviously is structural stability. It transfers dead loads and wind loads and snow loads, even seismic forces, depending on your region. And each one of these points could be basically a lecture in itself, but we're gonna have a very short overview across the board, excluding structural stability because this is very, very wide topic. Then it has an influence on resistance to fire, or in case of fire, how it behaves, thermal performance of the entire building and energy efficiency, corrosion resistance and longevity of the facade, but also of external walls of the building and building itself, and sustainability and environmental impact, which is a hot topic today. So, resistance to fire. Every ventilated facade system, the benefit of every ventilated facade system is the air gap, which is between the wall or external insulation, if you have any, and the back of the cladding. This air gap has proven to be hazardous in case of fire. It facilitates fire spread, speeds up fire spread, and it can speed it up almost to 10 feet per minute. This will obviously vary on different factors, like reaction fire properties of materials you have installed, openings on the facade, and also the size and width of these air gaps and air cavities. And what do we do to prevent these catastrophes from happening? By the way, this is a real scenario from beginning of this year in Spain. 14-story building lit up in 10 minutes completely because of poor use of materials. So how do we prevent? By following building codes and standards, include cavity barriers or fire stops, and also use materials with a correct reaction to fire properties. That means they should be non-combustible. That means they should not facilitate fire spread. So if we compare stainless steel to other standardly used materials like aluminum or carbon steel, we see that stainless steel performs much better. It has 2 times higher melting point of aluminum, and it doesn't have higher melting point than carbon steel, but at high temperatures it performs much better. So it retains higher strengths and higher modules of elasticity. And when it's compared with fire-resistant materials in a rain screen system, because rain screen system obviously consists of different elements, it provides a safe, resilient, and fire-secure system overall. Next point, thermal performance and energy efficiency. So each rain screen system is installed in such a way that these brackets are load-bearing point, which is connected to the building, protruding out. And regardless of which material you make it from, it presents or performs as a thermal bridge. So what can we do to minimize this is we can have a material with low thermal conductivity. That's number one. And number two, we can influence the density of these wall brackets, right? So the less we have them, the less thermal bridges we have, the better overall performance of the building. So stainless steel compared, again, to standard materials, it has, compared to aluminum, it has 15 times lower thermal conductivity, and compared to carbon steel, it has 3 times lower thermal conductivity. So it performs much, much better. Then longevity and corrosion resistance. So rain screen systems are exposed to permanent moisture. all the time. So they're exposed to driving rain, to snow, to water, even condensation that occurs in exterior walls due to temperature differences between interior and exterior. And again, we can have projects which are in more located in more extreme environmental areas like marine areas or industrial areas, which have higher corrosion impact. Maintenance of these systems is very hard, basically impossible. Once you've installed the system, you're not going to deinstall it after 5 years or 10 years just to change all the components within the system. But same time, expected lifespans of these systems as a buildings is very long. In some places in the world, it exceeds 50 years all the way up to 100 years. So as these systems are composed of different elements, we should bring more focus to anchors and fasteners, which maybe seems counterintuitive, but these are the smallest cross-section elements, the weakest link in the entire subframe chain. So why stainless steel? Well, first of all, it's corrosion resistant. So because of its high chromium content, it creates a protective surface layer of chromium oxide, which protects it and prevents from corrosion. It's been in architectural use over 100 years already. It's low maintenance or no maintenance at all needed, and you can produce it in different alloys depending on your installation position. So it can be a 304 or A2 stainless steel or A4 stainless steel 316, depending on the conditions that it's going to be exposed to. And lastly, sustainability and environmental impact. So sustainability is a hot topic today. It's a growing challenge in construction industry worldwide because 39% of overall global carbon emissions come from construction industry. Reason for this is many buildings, a lot of buildings actually, haven't been built or designed with these environmental or economic impacts in mind, and therefore certain actions have been taken in the past couple of years, decades, which will lead to a change of building codes and designs in the future, with the main goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to reduce waste, to reduce resource consumption, pollution, and positively influence and benefit human health and well-being overall. So how can stainless steel benefit in this situation? Well, first of all, it's 100% recyclable material with zero reduction in quality, no matter how much you recycle it, unlike aluminum, for example. And actually, in architecture and in construction industry, the recyclability rate and percentage of stainless steel is pretty high already, around 80%. Additionally, its high scrap value diverts it from landfills, and therefore no additional or very low additional construction waste is being created. Its end-of-life recapture rate is also very high, over 90% in construction industry. And as I mentioned before, because of its low thermal conductivity and low thermal bridging, it increases buildings' energy efficiency and therefore reduces greenhouse gas emissions. So again, long service life with minimal maintenance required also acts very positively on the sustainability and environmental impact. So, bringing this short presentation to an end, the takeaway points to keep in mind when designing and when considering which materials to use, please keep in mind the benefits the stainless steel brings, which is its most reliable choice in any fire scenario. It has very low thermal conductivity, which positively influences energy efficiency of your projects. High corrosion resistance leads to long service life, and therefore it is most sustainable and environmentally friendly choice that you can have. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikola, for educating us on the benefits of using stainless steel. I think designers might otherwise consider aluminum or other products, so it's great to know about that and also to understand that the carbon footprint is actually less. So very educational. Now we're going to move from stainless steel as a facade cladding material to structural steel. And if anyone is working on a structural steel project, I think our next speaker is for you. We have the business development manager for commercial steel at Simpson Strong-Tie. He's going to speak to us about continuous channel attachment aids and design assist. He brings over 40 years of experience in the construction industry, from serving as a wood framer and general contractor to working in Japan. This is so interesting. Apparently after the Great Hanshin earthquake, where he taught North American platform construction. So please welcome to the stage Tim Ellis.
Thank you. All right, speaking of Japan, I literally just got off a plane from Tokyo, so I'm a zombie, so I'm going to apologize in advance. So a few years ago, we decided to get into the structural steel business. Everybody usually knows us for wood, but we have a new growing suite of structural steel solutions. Let's see how to make this work. Lately, the design assist is becoming a lot more popular, but the facade connection is still sort of a pain point because the decisions need to be made, can be made, as you go along in design assist. But then, how do you attach to the building? So we've come up with a way that we can attach a continuous channel all the way around the building at each floor. It takes all of the layout coordination away from your floor design. Let's see if this thing's working. Oops. There we go. So their typical connection is going to be some sort of a box out or some sort of a welded connection, every 5 feet or so. And if one of those details is off or one of those connections is misplaced, that can be a very difficult and very expensive to fix. Layout and trade coordination is very difficult for building facades typically. Your contractors are usually putting in quite a bit of money per floor for that layout and coordination. So and also the building facade is usually a deferred design, so it happens downstream. But if you use this channel, then all of those decisions can be made up front. Again, the layout and installation are very costly if there's a mistake. Could be $8,000 to $15,000 per location, and several trades may have to be involved in those fixes. So we've come up with this way to take the pressure off of those facade decisions. In the structural steel framing fabrication phase, this continuous channel is put in to the building by the steel fabricator, and it's shipped out with the steel package. So with this in, if we can get this into the general notes up front as opposed to like a bent plate or something that is typically used, all those design decisions can happen downstream and be very fluid. So this does replace the bent plate. So a lot of times when you look at these projects, it looks like an embed. It's not an embed actually. It's actually built as part of the steel framing. Since the channel is universal, it accepts almost any facade, and it's much more it's a lot stronger than typical bent plate, up to about 4 times stronger. We extrude this product, and then we do a cold straightening process that increases the strength of the steel. It also gets it straight within 1 millimeter for 30 feet. So a lot of that horizontal in and out adjustment that's typically done at the facade, that goes away. You're still going to have your vertical adjustment necessary, especially if you have a camber in the beam. But there's no boxing out, there's no cutting out, there's no arguing about who's going to decide, who's going to provide those box outs. So another thing is, as the unitized systems are getting much more popular, if one or two of those anchor points are off, then that panel is going back down to the ground. With the edge tie system, the computer just went away. With the edge tie system, if there's one of these anchor points that's off, you can just just loosen the bolt and slide it horizontally into place. So the panel is only getting lifted up once. Let me see if this works. This laptop just died. Also, adaptive reuse. I've seen a couple of presentations today. If you have this continuous channel, it's pretty easy to unbolt an existing facade and put a new facade on. So as energy codes change, or a building owner wants a different look, you can really simply just unbolt the facade, put a new one on. It's going to accept whichever kind of facade system you want. It's very, very fast. The people that are using this, they just love it. You can still see a layout mark there, but again, if it's wrong, you're just going to slide it into place. It also has a temporary guard post system that fits into the slot as well. We sell that separately, but that's also very popular. So it can be dumped into a radius as tight as 10 feet. So any of that curved facade where you're going to have more difficult layout, you just steel fabricator is just going to bend this, and then again you just slide your facade connection into place. So the one challenge we have with this system is that it does need to be designed into the building early. So we would like to get this into the general notes as opposed to just a typical design or boilerplate design. So if this is designed in, we'd really like the architects to consider this. I'm going to get into the general notes and the plans up front. Again, all those decisions of the facade can be made downstream. Your layout coordination cost is greatly reduced. And we like to just say, design this in and forget about it till later. And then, it accepts pretty much any kind of facade. Any questions? All right. Well, thank you. I'm like shaking.
Thank you, Tim. It's great to see the new innovation with the steel attachment. I think most architects in the room would appreciate something that simplifies the coordination process, speeds up construction, and then leads to higher construction craft. So awesome to hear about that. So we're going to set up for the last panel of the day. I believe the chairs will be making their way onto the stage right now, but we're in the home stretch. We have one more panel today, and I think, the remaining speakers will really appreciate your focus and attention for this very last portion. And I think I will wait to announce them, and I want to encourage you guys while we wait just a couple minutes here, introduce yourself to whoever you're sitting next to. If you don't know them yet, get to know them really quickly. Ask their name, where they're from, maybe why they're here today. And I'm gonna come back shortly, so don't go anywhere. Okay, everyone, we're ready. I'm going to introduce the moderator of today's afternoon panel. It's titled Gaining Control of the Budget in a Climate of Uncertainty. She's a registered architect and senior enclosure technical designer at Walter P. Moore's LA office. She's a leader in computational design and delivery of highly complex building envelopes, and her commitment to carbon reduction is very evident as she's the co-founder of the LA chapter of the Carbon Leadership Forum. Please welcome to the stage Laura Carnath.
Thank you, everybody, for staying until this last panel of the day. Really appreciate it. We are going to be talking about gaining control of the budget, risk management, and a lot of interesting stuff. So I'm going to let our panel of contractors each introduce themselves before we get started.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Heyman. I'm a VP with Drew Glass here in Los Angeles.
Hi, Mike Rabel, Pre-Construction Director for W.E. O'Neill Construction.
Hi, I'm Rich Cowie. I'm with DPR Construction. I lead their Division 7 self-perform group for Southwest region.
Hey, I'm Miles Fujiki. I'm with Swinnerton Builders. I'm a pre-construction manager and a facade manager.
Thanks, everyone. So we are going to open this up with a discussion about everyone's favorite topic, value engineering. You can see we already VE'd the chair for the moderator. I have a different chair than everybody else. So we have a lot of designers, we have a lot of architects in the room, I think, and I would like you all to tell me a little bit about your approach to VE and also from your perspective how architects can really support this process to achieve their design goals within the budget. So I'm going to start with Mike for this one.
Well, value engineering, as you know, has been at the forefront of everything that we do. With construction costs going up 35% over the last 3 years, there's no project that's been immune to value engineering in order to keep it alive and moving forward into construction. And so, you know, the approach is not one that's, just say one size fits all. It's really been nothing, no stone has been left unturned. So, we're really looking at, systems analysis, trying to find ways to, cut costs there. We're looking at target value design on the facade and bringing in trade partners like Jeff, early on in the process and hopefully being able to guide the project to a specific budget.
Yeah, and I think if I could add to that, for, at least in my experience, I think it's really important to have an engaged owner and an engaged design team early on, and to have kind of clear expectations from everybody involved in terms of what the priorities for the project are, especially from the client and the architectural side, and understanding where the flexibility is to look at different systems, materials, to understand kind of where to put the biggest focus and make the biggest effort with exploring other options that could present potential savings. And then that really helps us as a pre-construction general contractor reach out to the right trade partners and get them involved early to give even more kind of expert feedback. And then also, Swinnerton's also a self-perform general contractor, and having a self-perform group is really valuable in those early discussions as well.
Yeah, if I could add to that too, kind of a phrase we use is when we're talking to, architects and clients and trying to dive in the budget is, what is the most important, right? What's the hill you're willing to die on, and where can we have flexibility in those choices? Reminds me of an example of kind of taking this approach. We were working on a project, and it was south-facing building, and it was really important for the client to have a lot of shading, right? They were concerned about the sun and through the glass and getting hot. So the original design was a curtain wall and this outboard perforated custom panel structure that was running north of $250 a square foot, and the client was obviously concerned about what that would do, how that would impact the budget. So working with our in-house experts, and we came up with a flexible solution of switching from glass with outboard perforated panel to more of a daylighting structure for this particular elevation, and cut the cost by 60%. And the client was happy, design team got the aesthetic that they wanted, and we maintained budget, which was important.
I would just add from a subcontracting perspective, oftentimes we're asked to budget schematic design or early DD, and then normally once those numbers are received, everybody's instinct is, what can we do from a materials perspective to help lower cost? And I don't think that's necessarily the right question. I think the right question is, what about the entire project is a cost driver? What assumptions have you been made? And can we engage, can we be the fourth leg of the stool, the architect, owner, general contractor, and at least help inform what assumptions we made, where we think there's some cost drivers. So maybe we don't have to sacrifice materiality. Maybe we just have to look at, it could be a structural change. It could be a slight change in dimensions and some form. So I think asking the questions overall holistically rather than focusing in on particular materiality or certain selections of systems, I think will be a better approach to help find that target value design earlier on.
And I think it's so important to think about this systems approach, which is a really great segue into another topic that has been receiving a lot of attention in the industry lately that we've all been involved in are prefabricated and modular projects. So before we get into discussion of that, I'm just going to do a little table setting and definitions. So when we're talking about prefab facades, we're talking about like a unitized or panelized or mega panel facade. And when we're talking about modular construction, what we mean is a volumetric module or a sort of chunk of the whole building versus just a facade system. But I think there are some common considerations to both of those types of construction pertaining to the facade that we can hit on. So I'd like to ask you, what are some of the challenges and the benefits to the prefabricated and modular approaches to the facade, and what opportunities, if any, do they present for cost savings? And I think for this piece, we have a couple of project case studies. So we'll see how the slides go here. And I'm going to start with Miles for this one.
Sure. And I know we've been talking about this a little bit. It's okay. In previous, like I think especially the second presentation ago, looking at that brick prefabricated facade, really, I think continued with. It's okay. I mean, basically, the project that I wanted to talk about was
There you go.
Here we go. A permanent supportive housing tower we're just wrapping up here in downtown LA in Skid Row called Weingart Tower. It's 19 stories. I think there's 228 or 230 permanent supportive housing units. The client is Weingart Center. Design architect was Joseph Wong, and the AOR is Axis GFA. And so, I mean, this was an example of a project that the design intent, right, was for metal panel with the more traditional cold form metal framing and sheathing skin. And there were challenges that we were sort of talking through with the team early on in pre-construction about sequencing and access if this was going to be a traditional metal panel system and it's a tower having to scaffold or install the exterior from swing stages or from the outside really, and looking at another option for prefabricating the panels that would both give us the benefit of being able to install them in large sections with the tower crane and not having to install them by hand in a traditional site-built approach from the exterior, and also just the cost for this type of project has budget constraints, as I'm sure you understand, and so metal panels were too expensive for the overall skin system. So we ultimately went with an EFIS that through contouring of the foam and different finishes could still give the design intent and achieve the same variation and breaking up of the scale of the building, but also allowed us to install the windows and the PTAC louvers, at the shop, basically on the ground, and truck them to site. If you go to the next couple of slides, truck them to site, and then the next one, fly them on the building with the tower crane, and so we could wrap it much more quickly. So it was a schedule benefit changing. So this was both of kind of what we're talking about of a systems approach as well as a material approach. And really, I think that in the end, this solution allowed us to still maintain the original design intent while really delivering a skin that worked budget-wise for the project that had very, because of the nature of the program, had a very stringent budget requirements. Go to the next one. And we can talk more as a group later about some of the pros and cons, but at least this is a good case study of how the value management process kind of like worked for us in pre-construction with early trade partner input and all of that.
The next project is Terminal. There we go. And the Midfield South Terminal is under construction right now at LAX Airport. And the prefabrication objective was really to take this basically 1,000-foot long terminal, 100-foot wide, divide it into 7 segments. Take those 7 segments, fabricate them off-site, and then safely transport them across the tarmac about a mile away in the dead of night, putting them into their final position, joining them all together to basically create an operable terminal. Next slide. So this gives you a quick idea of where the prefabrication yard was in relationship to the ultimate airfield site. And you ask yourself, why go with prefabrication at such a large, massive, segment? And the reasons were twofold. From the benefit of cost, the project being built in the prefabrication yard really created some efficiencies and some productivity gains. Because when you're working in an off-site prefabrication yard, you're not dealing with the disruptions, the constraints of operating on a live airfield. And then also, what comes with working at the airport is a substantial security system check-in, where construction personnel, materials, equipment, everyone has to go through that check-in process. And so by building off-site, we were able to almost minimize that impact and time, and as well, the lengthy trip from the check-in security point to the actual terminal site, where the construction is going, is now almost eliminated. You picked up some substantial productivity gains, and that resulted in, millions of dollars in construction savings. And what happens with most prefabricated items is there's a cost to that. And the cost that really almost balanced out or offset those savings that were achieved was really twofold. One was the construction of the prefabrication yard and a bridge that connected it across a stream that runs outside of the airport. And then there's the cost of the true transportation, bringing in the mammoths, which are basically self-propelled, modular transport units that carry the segments across the tarmac to the ultimate destination, was also significant impact. So almost washed out the construction gains versus what the costs were to create the fabrication yard. There's another gain that we picked up, and you can see this is where we're at currently with the construction. The off-site segments are being fabricated to the point where we're beginning to do the overhead MEPs. We'll be actually installing the facade materials, being a curtain wall and a brise-soleil next month. And from a QA/QC standpoint, being again in that controlled environment, working off-site, enables us to better manage the QA/QC process itself. But the biggest gain of all of this is really down to the schedule. We're able to save about 5.5, 6 months off the overall construction schedule by being able to build the prefabricated segments off-site while we're still doing simultaneously the foundations, the underground utilities. So we're really compressing the critical path of the project and saving that significant amount of time, which is really the most important to the client overall. Next slide. So now we'll talk about show you a little video here of, what each segment looks like. And you can see the exterior skin materials coming on board. And these are the, in my mind, the stars of the show, the self-propelled unitized movers coming in. Going to be installing cribbing on top of that to actually bridge that gap from the movers to the underside of the structure. And we've got the QA/QC of LiDAR and motion sensors to make sure as the unit's being transported across the tarmac that nothing is outside of the tolerances that was designed for. So all in all, at the end of the day, you've completed an operational terminal, again, 6 months ahead of schedule.
I guess this is our background now. Thanks, Mike. Next, I want to talk a little bit about managing and mitigating risk in facade projects. And particularly, one of the areas of risk is where different assemblies come together. So, Rich, can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I think, so when we talk about risk, so what are we talking about? And so I think there's kind of two different buckets there. One is budgetary risk and then performance failure. And one of the leading causes, if not number one, for claims losses is water intrusion. And so when we're designing and building these complex assemblies that have multiple different components, can have glass and rain screen assemblies, natural elements, amenity decks with live spaces, green roofs. How do we mitigate that from having failure once the owner take occupancy? One of those approaches is mock-ups, and I think we're going to touch on that in a little bit. That's a great way. Another way we found that has considerably reduced the risk of these performance failures is leaning on our third-party waterproofing consultants. And if we can engage them early and really spend the time in the detailing in all these different transitions, whether it's, again, from curtain wall to a metal panel assembly or below grade to above grade or above grade to roof, the chance of a favorable outcome is considerably higher. And we have found that's always been a really good approach is, again, having those consultants that are part of our project team, part of the, delivering the project, and leaning on their expertise and getting that detailing done early saves so much time and schedule impact in the end. A second approach that we found to be really successful is considering, when we think about say early buyout partners, right? First thing we think of is MEPs, but really also taking that approach to the skin and all the different trade partners, and doing that at that schematic or design level really helps with detailing and constructability, working out the issues. I know DPR is much like Swinnerton, self-performing general contractor, right? Being able to lean on the in-house subject matter experts in these skin systems to, again, work through constructability, see the potential problems where you get to where you're in place, work in place, and you're starting to find issues. There's drawing revision, there's RFIs, right? We're taking those costs and we're going to the owner and say, well, this wasn't part of the original design, but we need it for the system. By taking the time early on in the design process to do that kind of work and that detailing, saves so much on the back end, helps mitigate that budget shock, budget exposure to our clients, and we have found that to be a really, really successful approach.
Well said, Rich.
I also want to ask about mock-ups, both visual mock-ups and performance mock-ups, and how those help with risk mitigation, how you determine the scope of the mock-ups, what conditions should be included in those mock-ups, and when those mock-ups should be defined. Jeff, do you want to take that one first?
Sure. Clearly, in my career, the amount of performance mock-ups, especially for bespoke unitized curtain wall, has been extremely important and valuable. I think one of the newer trends over the last 10, 15 years has been the importance of visual mock-ups. But I think sometimes that there's sometimes expectations for the visual mock-up from a workmanship perspective that are difficult to achieve, especially in a new design or with new materials. So I know, and Miles can touch on this, because it's very important, I think, early on that all the constituents involved discuss the expectations, desires of each, and set goals for each, because they're very unique. The performance mock-up should really be assuring that the performance as designed works, and that the final and at the material selections that may have had occurred during the visual mock-up are in fact the ones that we want. And if they're not, is there time to make to pivot to something else? And also gives us all a level of confidence as we move into the actual project fabrication and delivery and installation. So I think setting expectations, understanding the parameters and the limits of each is really important to help inform everyone as to where we're going as we progress down this road, especially on custom designs that are cost and schedule sensitive, which is basically every project, right?
Yeah, for mock-ups, I think it's really important for design teams to have these conversations with owners as early as you can, to really educate clients on kind of how you can go, because every project's different and every client has different priorities and different levels of kind of experience with building buildings, right? And so you can go through any number of ways to look at mock-ups and make material selections, from tiny samples through huge project-specific custom mock-ups, right? And so finding out the right, kind of agreeing on the right process and the right milestones to undertake those things with a client early on is really helpful. And I think, as I was trained as an architect and then now work in pre-construction for a general contractor. We would like to be involved as early as possible, but I know that oftentimes architects are, you are the ones that are establishing these conversations early on, and not only that, but writing into the specifications. So I think both having those conversations with the owners, but also then those decisions making their way into the specs or into drawings with specific defined scopes is really helpful, because when we're talking about it from a cost standpoint, we try our best to talk about the benefits of to the project in terms of quality, in terms of material verification, but I think it's really as a team that we can help identify kind of the best mock-up and material selection program, because sometimes it's difficult in pre-construction to convince an owner to spend more money, right, in order to potentially make a decision that will ultimately save them money. That's why, I think, and especially when it comes to quality and testing mock-ups, when we're in a budget crunch and owners, all they can really think about is how to reduce the cost of the project, sometimes making the sale to spend a bit of money early to really ensure quality. And it's one of those things it's hard to quantify, because you don't really know, you're relying on your experience to say, this will save us all these headaches down the road. So having that conversation early and really in a thorough way with a client, I think is really helpful.
One of the other things we've talked about a little bit is the mock-up as sort of a Frankenstein. And I think there are some differing opinions on how many different systems or how many different conditions you want to test in a performance mock-up. So can you speak to that a little bit about testing interfaces in different systems and how the mock-up relates to the real design?
Want me to go? Mike to go? I know we've always preferred that we don't try to jam too many things together, even though it may make sense intuitively, because it creates too many sort of atypical non-project conditions. We would much rather look at where we feel the key, what are we, again, this goes back to setting expectations. What are we really looking to achieve from a performance mock-up? And if it's visual, then let's do some of that Frankensteining in the visual area, and then look at sort of on a macro level as how the soffit is relating to the storefront, is relating to the curtain wall that's above. But I have a strong belief that we shouldn't try to jam too many systems together and create too many atypical conditions, or because I think that we end up ultimately creating an environment where we're bound to have some a failure, and then therefore we just set everything back and confidence level fails. So we would much rather look at typical job conditions, and it doesn't mean we can't take, if there's 3 different wall types on a high rise, you can't test 3 different ones, or maybe you have to do 2 mock-ups and you relate the one wall to the other wall as it turns the corner, and then there's another area where you do that. But to try to create these, I use the word Frankenstein, so I guess we'll stay with that. The Frankensteining these things together, I think ultimately creates an environment where we're bound to have failure.
So if I could add to, like, what makes a mock-up really successful, and where does the mock-up really provide value for the project? And which is, becoming a theme, right? It's paying attention to the details early, specifically for the mock-up, right? So if you've got a handful of trade partners and they're providing shop drawings and we're performing constructability reviews, right? Design teams involved, we get to the mock-up, right? The mock-up then becomes is a proof of concept, right? The mock-ups that are ineffective is where, right, each trade partner shows up, installs our system, right? We test it, it fails. Okay, what went wrong? Let's test it again. It fails again. And now you've got subsequent testing upon testing upon testing. It pushes out the schedule, potentially needs drawing revisions or changes to details. And right now we're going back to the owner and trying to push out the construction schedule, or we're tightening up that timeline. So using the mock-up really is a tool to get it right in the design phase, and spending the time in the drawings, working with our trade partners and reviewing those shop drawings, having those coordination meetings, to where the mock-up now is truly, again, proof of concept rather than trial and error.
And I think the earlier on we can do, I've done mock-ups in pre-construction before a construction contract has even really been fully executed with a client, and I think that also helps not only give a level of comfort with the design, but also with the budget, because once trade partners, I think, really work through shop drawing level and kind of proof of concept installations and see that it all works and sees how everything is coming together, especially with things that maybe are a bit atypical or are kind of new or custom design intense that they haven't done before. That will also give a level of budget certainty and kind of, in maybe a counterintuitive way, act as a tool to manage the cost of the overall project.
I mean, just adding one more thing to this and piling on here, going back to the Frankenstein mock-up concept, I think, just pointing out is, let's get those different conditions and the areas of risk identified in the mock-up so that we're, putting together something that is going to be a valuable tool for us when we do get through the shop drawing process and we've gotten to a point that, we've vetted this, and then when we build it, obviously, we flushed out any final issues or conflicts that might have occurred, through the process.
Thanks. So now I want to take on another topic that we've heard a lot about earlier in the conference today, which is sustainability. And we're seeing a lot of interest in reducing embodied carbon in materials. We're seeing a lot of new policy. We're seeing the new CalGreen provisions that are coming into effect this summer that are going to affect some facade materials. And I'd like to ask all of you, as from the contractor side of things, has this come up in your recent projects? What challenges does it present, and sort of what opportunities do you all see on the contracting side of things in terms of embodied carbon and those types of requirements? Jeff, do you want to take this one first?
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, Laura, as we've seen more and more in the specifications requirement for environmental product declarations, life cycle analysis. I'm concerned a little bit that it's going to end up being more like a check the box lead requirement rather than a real impact on sustainability. The good news is, though, I believe that being that we're buying materials from a whole host of suppliers, so many different materials, gaskets, aluminum, paint, different materials, glass. If we do have realistic expectations of where the embodied carbon footprint is for those materials, we can then make informed decisions on how we can best achieve the sustainability goals for the project. But I also know that even though all of our suppliers are rushing out to have an EPD on their website or available, it's at a very sort of high level macro state and doesn't always truly sort of give us the picture for each individual product. I know some people are working on creating a sort of a calculator which would dial it in a little closer. I know I was working on an EPD a year and a half ago, and we were looking at ways to actually provide better information than what some of our peers were providing. So it's positive, but I worry that it may end up being somewhat of a bureaucratic endeavor.
So I think your question, Laura, too, was, are we seeing that as something that our clients are looking for? And more, it's becoming a key point of emphasis for a lot of our clients. Global social responsibility and again, carbon output. And so the challenge for us as contractors is, so how do we balance that trade-off between low carbon structures and also, again, like keeping integrity of the budget. There's a really great presentation today on mass timber and CLTs, and that's a really excellent material choice when it comes to think about facade and being able to integrate really carbon friendly type of material. A little bit more expensive, let's say, than steel or concrete structure, but there's a lot of value that goes along with that. So from a design standpoint, how are we able to communicate that to the client? As a general contractor, right, how are we able to kind of control those costs? Or again, if that's a really key focal point for our client, what are other areas that we may be able to borrow, some money from a different budget line item, maybe be able to have compromise in another area in order to achieve that. So again, I think when we think about design and controlling budget, this is really important. And I can see as future goes on, it's something that we're going to have to consider when it comes to design and as contractors, right? How are we using this to communicate to our client from a budget standpoint? And again, trying to deliver, a project, and we're using sustainability materials that are really important to them.
Yeah, I think to add to that, I think sort of the theme of part of what we're all talking about today is communication, right? And maybe a better framing than purely thinking about how to control the budget, but it's really how are we communicating value for the project? How are we defining value in each project? Because each project and client will have a different definition of that, and whether that's purely financial or has other goals like embodied carbon that need to be balanced with the financial aspects, but really understanding as a team what constitutes value for that project, and then how we're each kind of acting and trying to achieve that for the client is, I think, the most important way that we can all engage in this conversation. And and I think for us in pre-construction as general contractors with projects and clients that are prioritizing the embodied carbon and carbon accounting, one thing that I think we've talked about a lot internally and we'll hopefully start to put into play in a lot of our projects that do have embodied carbon goals is being able to do, in the same way that now we're very comfortable doing quick cost studies of, should this be a concrete or a steel structure, or should this be a unitized or stick frame curtain wall? Being able to give design teams and owners feedback in these quick studies that show cost as well as rough order of magnitude of embodied carbon, so that clients and architects are able to make decisions with kind of all of the inputs, and really, I think our goal is to be able to provide you with the information to make the best decisions for the projects.
And I guess the last bit I'll ask on this topic, and then maybe we have a minute or two to open it up to questions from all of you, is Jeff had kind of said earlier, this can turn into a box checking exercise rather than something that makes a real difference. What do you think needs to happen on projects for you all to help project teams make a real difference? Is it early involvement? What do you think could help?
Yeah, I think that when it all boils down to it, and this is almost like kindergarten, right? But it's all about communication, and communication early. And I think that it also means bringing in not only subcontractors, but also the supply chain to understand exactly what goes into the manufacturing process, and are there ways to improve it, or are there trade-offs, or could there be changes that will make a real significant difference in the amount of embodied carbon? Maybe it may be on a job-specific basis, or maybe it is, in essence, changing the way that companies go forward.
All right. I think we have a couple minutes to take questions from the audience, if anybody has anything they'd like to ask.
Thank you. It was really interesting. If the architects try to suggest innovative materials or products, is there a suggestion to have a conversation? Like, what would you suggest to have that kind of conversation so that it won't be value engineered during the construction? Do you have a suggestion? Maybe.
I mean, I can start and then see. I mean, I think just understanding, especially, in my experience, being involved early in pre-construction, having these kind of thinking about it as a collaborative team and kind of talking through it with all of the parts in the same way that you're convincing your client why this is the right material, or what you're trying to achieve with using an innovative or new material, and why it's important for the project. And I think bringing the contractor into that conversation and having us understand what the thinking is, what the intent is behind it, so that it's not just like we're saying, okay, hey, this is concrete, have you considered plaster? But really understanding why it's important to the project, and allowing us to have enough time to really, especially if it's a material or a system that we haven't used before, to find the right subcontractors and bring them into the conversation and really make it part of the project rather than it just be a material keynote.
Any other questions? Oh.
I think Rich was going to add something.
Interesting
to this.
conversation, guys. Cap Malik with MVE. I'm not sure I'm in agreement with you guys about value engineering to keep the projects alive, because what's that doing is diluting the design down, and it is taking the quality out of the project. I think the bigger strategy would be, and I think you were just talking about it, is having collaboration together very, very early on, understanding the design goals and the client's goals and the quality that they are doing, and then find alternate solutions. I like to call it value added versus value engineering, because value engineering in my world is a bad word. And it should not. I think contractor roles should be to drive quality up and find innovative ways to do it.
I can start if that's okay. You know, so to throw another phrase, we like to use target value design, right? And the key there, right? So what is target value design? What's that process look like? You know, a typical procurement method might be, right, drawing iteration, right, get feedback from the market on price, right, revise the drawing, right, get more feedback. So these individual milestones, and then you're getting feedback. Okay, we're over budget. Let's go back to the drawing board. But really, again, having this collaboration approach. So if we're talking about material choices, if we're talking about the type of different skin systems, you know, specifically to facade, you know, having input early on and understanding what type of building is really important to the client, and then getting that feedback up front so that can help drive key decisions. So we don't get to the point where, again, we've got a conceptual design drawing and then contractors giving you feedback that it's too expensive. We got to, you know, start back from the drawing board or scrap it or change gears. So again, having this collaborative approach from, I mean, as early as conceptual drawings and schematic design, getting that feedback from the market so that when it's time to make key decision points, you've got the data and the client is able to, again, make decisions. They may be willing to pay a premium for something that's really important to them, but we've got to give them the opportunity to make that choice and provide the information.
All right. Well, thank you, Laura, and all of our panelists. I definitely agree. Yes, round of applause. I was just going to say, I agree that contractors and architects, we need to act as a united front, and, you know, just in our job of convincing owners the value of not just the design, but of the sustainability aspects that we're trying to achieve, and just get on the same page regarding goals. So we did it. This is the end of the day. What an inspiring day. I personally really enjoyed it, and I want to thank everybody for your attention and your focus and just for coming today. So the last announcement here is just any speaker from the third session, please come up to the stage. We're going to do another photo. And then don't forget, everyone here, sign up for your AIA credits on your way out and grab some dessert. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. So, also a round of applause for our event host, Kristen. I think she was great. Thank you so much. So the AIA credits, you can sign the forms off in the exhibit area. So we've got some networking opportunities now. We've got tea, coffee, snacks, cookies being served. Until we meet next time, thank you all for attending today's event.